time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the endgame with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
I'm ahead of the game. Remember who am I? I'm a boss and I'm honestly off my rocker, but follow me. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. I'm only ever slinging, I'm working overtime. Got a song and I'm the singer, the melody, the vibe. I'm a prodigy, logically I'm impossibly wanted. Then they'll remember my name. They'll remember my name. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game.
Hi everyone, welcome to our new video series. My name is Jan Gustafsson and I'm thrilled to be reunited with fellow Magnus Carlsen's trainers, seconds, Peter Heine Nielsen, Magnus Carlsen's head coach, and Laurent Fressinet, Magnus Carlsen's French coach, are both here, and we will be going through the World Championship match 2021. Our experiences with it, the games, what we prepared, where we felt things went well, where we felt things didn't go well. Peter, we have different perspectives because we were in different locations.
Very much. I'm looking forward to talking to you guys about it because you were in Thailand during all the match and I was in Dubai with Magnus and his non-chess team. So I see some kind of debriefing where we will discuss what was the mood in Dubai, what was happening in the technical department in Thailand, and we got to sort of basically compare notes and get the two kind of inside looks from the match.
Very much so. And Laurent, we are actually in your private home. Thanks for having us.
It's a big pleasure to welcome.
Hello. We are here for the fourth leg of the MPL Chess Tour. And right now I am in the center of two grandmasters. How are you feeling, both of you? Shri and Sahaj.
Honored, Sahil. It's great to be with such an amazing YouTuber, the guy with the amazing London course, and one of the only national masters that I know in my life. I think last time when we on the third leg, my brother was asking, how do you get the national master title? And I was clueless. How do you get it actually?
Well, you have to play in the US, I guess. That's how I got it. I think many countries do offer it. I think, and if we talk about many countries, we also have Sahaj joining us. Sahaj, well, I think it's a pretty early time for you, but how do you feel about this event now?
No, it's not that early anymore. You see, it's after 10. So after 10,
okay.
We're good to go. We're good to go. And I'm feeling quite excited for the tournament. I think it's anybody's game. Just like that, with most Indian tournaments, anyone can easily be a favorite here.
Yeah.
But who are you guys rooting for?
Shri, this question is very complicated for Shri usually because he has so many students. It's so difficult for him to choose, and I always make him choose. And Shri, you might not be joining us from tomorrow, so can you please let us know this question, answer this question?
I'm rooting for SL because SL won the third leg, but unfortunately he couldn't play in the Champions Chess Tour, and because he had earlier commitments with the Spanish league. But I'm really rooting for him to go and play in the big stage there and establish his name. He's well known in India. He's a very strong player. He was part of the India first team in the Olympiad, but hasn't quite got that kind of international recognition. So I really hope he gets his chance in the main event, the Champions Chess Tour. What about you guys?
Yeah. I think SL definitely a great contender. He played so well last time, like so well, and he was unlucky not to participate in the main event. Although I'm not so sure about my favorite because we have a lot of new players joining in, and we have not seen them play in this tournament so far. So how they will play will be very, very interesting because sometimes you get an opportunity and you can take full advantage of it and then just cruise through. Yeah, Shri, totally.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a lot about momentum out here. You get one win, you get a couple of wins in a row, and suddenly you have this momentum. And it's really important to have this in a format like this. You get bogged down with a series of draws, which happened to Prag, by the way. He made something like 7 draws in the previous leg of the Champion Chess Tour, the Julius Baer Generations Cup. And you would have never guessed that it could happen to someone like Prag. But that really has you bogged down because 6 draws in a row, that's as good as 2 wins out of 6 games and 4 losses in this point system. And that can really bring you down in the standings. So I think you really need to have this momentum going on. And talking about that, Sahil, let's talk a bit about some of our new players here. I see a new player already, Pranav Anand.
Yeah.
Just another Indian grandmaster with the name Anand as part of his name. And there are just so many of these newcomers. There's Pranav Anand playing for the first time. He is India's 75th grandmaster. There is and the world under 16 champion. There is Aronya Ghosh from Kolkata, who played against the Beast Adivan in the knockout first round of the 2021 Indian Chess Tour. He lost that game due to a power cut. He was completely better against Adiban, but he lost that game with the white pieces in a pawn-up position due to a power cut and got knocked out that way. So he's getting his chance back here. Nubair Shah Sheikh playing for the first time in the Indian Chess Tour. A lot of people in the YouTube community know him, and he's here making his debut. And his opponent, Aditya Mittal, is also one of India's upcoming promising talents. He's just about 16 years old, International Master 2485, with 3 GM norms, yet to reach 2500. I think these are our 4 newcomers, right?
Yes.
Oh, there's also Vaibhav Suri. Vaibhav Suri
yes,
playing.
Vaibhav Suri, yeah.
Wait, seriously, Vaibhav is a newcomer here?
Yes, I think you can probably introduce Vaibhav to us better. I have personally played him as well, but I think you know him really well, yeah, Sahaj?
Yeah, I mean, growing up together, of course, I've seen him since he was like very, very little. So, it's a bit surprising that he's a newcomer here because I would think that he was more like he would have played more of these. But okay, like I think he's a very strong positional player. That's what I've always felt about him. I remember growing up, he had this line against the knight of it was bishop e2, which I used to despise playing against him. And I had one game against him in that opening, and it was like a very, very I think quick draw because neither of us wanted to play really. So yeah.
And he is very tricky. By the way, we have liftoff, and maybe we can start with the Adiban against Pranav game, and we can see both players. And AD in his usual expression, last time Shri, you managed to predict every single expression of Adiban. So is that going to be a trend now?
I think it's going to take a while for me to load that. I have to, connect to the virtual device out here and access it. That's going to take a while. As you know, with AD, the tech setup, it always gets a bit messed up at the beginning and it takes a while to connect. But I can reach that eventually if I want to.
Nice, nice. And by the way, what do you think about AD's opening choice here? Going for
He's just copying Carlson.
okay. Okay. Yeah, that will be interesting. And by the way, what do you think about AD's perspective? So he basically played the main event as well, but did not have the best of tournaments. So coming back and giving it one more shot, like how does he play this tournament now? He knows the last time he did not go so well in the main event. So how does he kind of motivate himself again to play his best chess?
I think AD is in a position where he has to just take every opportunity he gets, Sahil. And he's always been that way. He is perhaps not the most smooth player out there, but he's been always very good at taking every opportunity that he's gotten and in backing himself to get that. So the last 1 year hasn't been the best of times for AD as far as his professional career has gone in terms of his rating, in terms of where he used to be pre-lockdown and how much he has come down. So he's in a position where he has to make the best out of every opportunity that he gets. And I think that will also be his approach here. He will try to make the most out of this tournament. It was the same in the previous leg as well, the third leg, which happened only this month. Not a lot of break there, but he made the best out of it. He got the third place, and that was enough to qualify him to the Champion Chess Tour because the first two players were not available. That is typical AD, he perseveres and he gives his best regardless of what the reward is. And quite often he just gets lucky by that. I mean, something unexpected comes along.
I would say he just bends space-time according to his wishes. Yeah, I would not say. I would say he just bends space-time so that he gets the chance. I think that's pretty much it.
Yeah, AD would love to believe that.
Yeah. I think AD is definitely, this is an important tournament for him as well. And I don't know about this, but for example, like from other games perspective, when you can switch to some other game now and check out the game of SL. So SL definitely missed out a chance last time because he had some commitments. So do you think that plays on his mind a little bit? Or does he like, okay, it's another day, I'll win again, yeah?
I don't know, honestly. I'm not sure how much SL thought about the Champions Chess Tour and how much of it weighs on his mind. I feel that he's probably just going to take this as just another tournament and try and go with the same approach he had during the third leg. And his opponent, Abhimanyu Puranik, has been also amongst the top regularly in all the Indian chess tours. He didn't have the best of third leg, surprisingly. That was his one bad tournament. And Abhimanyu and SL are also quite good friends. And they have had a lot of interesting, exciting encounters, including in the Olympiad, where Abhimanyu was white, but SL was on top of that game with the black pieces. And here as well, it seems like SL has got a really nice position out of the opening.
Yeah. And Sahaj, by the way, like we know, like there are 3 points for a win and 1 point for a draw here. So would you personally change your opening repertoire or something about your game to fit that pattern? Or would you just play normal chess and not worry about, the difference in the scoring system?
Well, personally, I mean, my openings are generally, either you win or you lose. So I wouldn't really change much when it comes to my repertoire. But but I think I think it makes sense to play more. I think it makes sense to play openings that are more dynamic in nature because I think it favors you to an extent. But okay, it also depends, who you're playing against, and I guess a lot of psychology goes into that decision as well. I mean, I'm not sure if that's what all the players are doing, but like for example, AD choosing G6 modern. I mean, that's probably because he won. I mean, that's one of the more popular openings you play when you want to play for a win. Yeah. So I can see that is already happening here.
True.
So
And he's
Shri,
just yeah.
I'm not so sure if I like Black's position. So I mean, it's very easy to mess up here as Black, no?
Depends. If I was playing, yes, for sure. But with SL, I have a little more confidence out
Is
there,
it
you know.
you know you share the same name?
Yeah, we share the same name, and there's a good chance I'll get an outpour of congratulatory messages when SL wins this. If SL wins a tournament,
Did you actually
so
get congratulatory messages when SL won in the previous leg?
it's come down a bit. It's come down a bit when, for example, in 2020 when SL reached the semi-final of the Bantablitz Cup, I got a lot of messages from people across the world. I remember there was this one Spanish guy who was like, "Wow, you play so fast, so strong," and then I realized, "Oh my God, this is SL, not me." And it was clear that he had seen the Bantablitz Cup where SL had reached the semi-final. But
Right.
it has come down a bit. But yeah, I didn't get any after the third leg, which probably had something to do with the fact that I was on the same screen commentating, so people could see that it's a different person. In the fourth leg, I'm not commentating, so maybe that will change things. Let's see.
True, true. By the way,
I
although
rem-
this, yeah, sorry, Shri, you were saying?
like I remember this instance, you know, when I had gone to the 2019 Asian Championship in China, and Nihal had won the Blitz tournament, the Asian Blitz. So as soon as the tournament ended, a journalist got in touch with me and was asking questions, which I thought was about Nihal. How do you feel and stuff like that? And I just replied. And then the next day, all the things that I said got quoted and attributed to SL, who had also finished in the top five in the main event and had qualified for the World Cup.
Wow. Wow.
This is
Hmm.
So
from a
actually,
journalist from
like
Chennai.
extending my question, do you think that when Nihal or Arjun, you know, when they do really well and they win a tournament or whatever, the like SL gets congratulatory messages?
Not that I know of, but
I find that hard to believe. I feel like it should. I mean, it probably works both ways, no?
I'm not sure because maybe I'm just more accessible on social media than SL.
That's true. Yeah, that's true.
By the way, maybe we can switch to the Surya game for a second and also have a look at that position. And
Oh, Surya looks really nice here. That square
hmm,
on D4 looks very juicy.
Yeah, it's
do you use it
also
immediately though, or do you wait for a while here?
I think you should play knight d4 immediately now.
knight d4 and black is just comfortably better here. Yeah, it's also a battle between two players from Kolkata, and for a long time, Surya has been the undisputed best from West Bengal. But in recent times, a lot of these youngsters have been coming up quickly and fast. There's also already Deeptan Ghosh at 2550 from the previous generation, and Mitraba and Aronyak playing here. And I remember Mitraba defeated Surya in the third leg just the previous month with the white pieces. So
Hmm.
that's that bit of personal history between both the players.
Hmm. So, Sri, from your perspective, like I know you mentioned you want SL to win, but who do you think is the underdog here? Like I asked Sahaj this question earlier as well. So one guy who you think will outperform his, his rating or in some sense.
It's hard to choose because there are just so many players. Pranav Anand is quite exciting, the under 16 world champion. Aside from that, I'm also eager to see how Aditya does and Aronyak does, both of them playing for the first time. So it's a bit hard to pick one player between all of them. But if I had to pick only one, then I might just go for Pranav.
Mm-hmm. By the way, we have Bishop E3 on the board, so some pressure on the pawn. I think Knight D4 can't be delayed for too long.
Yeah, 94 should come right now. Yeah.
Mm. Although, how do you handle it after Knight D4? Do you just move the knight away to D2? I guess.
Yeah, I think that's Mitrava's intention. Also, why he played Bishop E3 the
Yeah.
previous move.
Hmm.
Um, Yeah, knight d4 looks very nice here uh, for black. Although this position can get very, I mean, I don't think it can get bad for black. I mean, even if you exchange the light squared bishops, black will still have some play.
Yeah, this knight is so
White
strong.
will,
At some point you have to take it, right? Otherwise, this knight will just control the position. How do you? All your pieces are kind of a bit passive.
yeah, I mean, like an ideal situation would be if white manages to exchange the light square bishops and okay, takes the knight on d4, and okay, white fixes the knight on d3 somehow. But okay, this is very close to wishful thinking, but it is possible. It is possible.
Uh, Somebody's asking, can Indian be called an underdog? I think it's all relative, I guess. I think who is an underdog? I think if you play against the top players of the world, then even a 2600 can be an underdog. It depends relatively. I think some people are joining for the first time, so definitely there are some favorites. But I think everybody here wants to win. There's no doubt, yeah, whether you play for the first time or the fifth or the fourth time, for example.
Absolutely. And King G2 played by Vetraba here. But have to say that Surya will be the favorite for this matchup based on the position, how it has turned out so far. And Mitraba has also done quite well. I think he's played in all 4 legs, if I remember right. He played in the second leg, he played in the third leg. Maybe he didn't play in the first leg. But he's earned a spot in each of the legs by finishing in the top 8, and he's been consistent out there. He also tied for the third place in the third leg along with AD, but lost out on his slot in the Champions Chess Tour because he had lost the individual encounter against Adiban. So a bit unfortunate there for Mitraba, but he will be looking to make the most out of his opportunity here as well.
And I think maybe we can have a brief look at Leon's game as well. Leon, did really, really well in the second leg. And then he kind of lagged a bit behind, I think, as per his expectations in the third leg. So what do you make of this position, Sahaj and Sri?
This is some semi-Slav.
Yeah, Semislav with 5G3. Incidentally, this is the opening which Setu plays from, I think, his childhood. And he came out with a lifetime repertoire sometime this year, a few months ago, actually.
But that
So
was
he
from the
knows
black
this stuff.
side, no?
Yeah, that was from the black side. But he knows his stuff really well on this opening. So this opening with 5G3, it's quite underestimated, I would say. It's quite fresh and interesting, a lot of new things to look forward to, and it's clear that Setu has anticipated this and he's come up with quite a bit of preparation. 17 minutes out there, Leon down to just 4 minutes. And although white is a pawn down, black's king is has lost his right to castle, and with the absence of any pawn break coming in the near future, it's not going to be easy for black to find moves here, I think. For black, of course, the pawn on c3 is a massive asset, so that can be really useful in many situations, but it's far from being able to advance any further in the near future. It's practically very tricky for black here.
Yeah, it's very easy to make a mistake here as black. I mean, the pawn on c3 I think only becomes useful when if you go into the end game. But okay, that's again, that seems like wishful thinking here. I mean, a normal move looks like knight d7 to me, but I think white can just go knight to e4 and then the knight goes to d6, and I don't know, it looks very, very tricky. I mean, a move like h5 probably also looks quite interesting. But yeah, it's clear that he's run into some pressure. Okay, h5 played on the board.
Yeah, h5 played on the board. I expect the queen to move back to f3. Yeah, f3 is the most natural square for the queen. And Setu was all the way back to d1 though. He's still in his prep.
Yeah, this probably looks like prep again. Yeah. So what's the
Yeah,
reason for putting the queen on d1 instead of f3? That seems quite strange.
that's not easy to understand.
For that, you can buy his course. Yes, that's where you plug in the course. That's simple. Yeah.
But
Yeah,
what
but
I can understand is, there are some variations where black can take bishop into c5, d takes c5, knight to d7, because the knight on c5 is annoying. And here the white queen is useful on d4. So for this reason, white goes with the queen to d1, not anywhere else, because it has access to the d4 square after takes, and queen d4.
Yeah, that might be one of the reasons. And by the way, Akshit is saying thanks to Chess24 and MPL to sponsor these tournaments. For sure, I think they give a lot of opportunities to many players. And well, if you win, then you play a top, the main event as well. So there are a lot of opportunities there. The C3 points a real thorn. It is. But for now, it cannot be utilized much, right? So you use this in the endgame, as Sahaj said. So first of all, you have to take care of your king. If the king doesn't survive, there'll be nothing left in the endgame to push to the queening square. And by the way, I think SL is gaining the edge as far as I can see. It was the case, and it seems to be a very dodgy position for Abhimanyu here.
Oh, he's already
Yeah.
yeah.
There's so many
Yeah.
holes in the camp, yeah, and the king side is completely. I mean, forget the second rank, even all the ranks are completely loose. The bishop is a great piece, yeah.
I mean, first and foremost, black is a pawn up. And secondly, that pawn is that monster pawn on d4, which is an advanced passed pawn. Has free pass to d3 in the next move. He's just played it.
Yeah.
I think that by itself is a big advantage for black. Secondly, all the white pawns, f3, g3, h4, no proper cover for the white king. And white targets this monstrous pawn, but black can support it with rook e3, followed by the other rook to e8. So the pieces are just
he's listening
coming
to
in.
you. He's listening to you. he's listening to you. Yeah, d3 and then rook e3 played, and this looks really
Yeah,
bad for Abhimanyu.
all Srinaths, in all Narayanans, they think alike.
From expressions to moves,
I wish.
Srinath has it all.
Yeah, I wish.
And if I think SL definitely wants a good start here. There's no doubt. I think if I'm mistaken here, but he lost the first game last time, right? Shri, I think
he lost the first game with the white pieces last time.
Yeah, so he would love a good start. That would really help him.
I remember in the second leg he was super solid, but he made a lot of draws, so he couldn't finish quite there in the top two. In the third leg, he had already modified his style a bit. He was playing a bit more decisively, had lots of wins, lots of losses, not so many losses, lots of points. Made it to the second. No, he won it. He won the last leg. And I think in terms of recent trends, he's been the strongest player in this field.
Yep. And if he finishes well today, I think he will just continue with his previous tournaments form. And one person who did not play the last leg but is here and doing pretty well in the first game is Surya, and he also seems to have a very good position here.
Surya was in the last leg. He was in the last leg.
I think I think I'm mistaken there. But but what do you think of his position here?
Just an exchange up.
And
just an exchange.
The time situation also looks decent.
Yeah, time situation is also pretty healthy, and Mitrava has a terrible position. I think Surya will win this comfortably.
So we only have, I think, two positions where somebody is better. Everything else is. Oh, I think we have Aditya.
No, we have lots of positions.
Yeah, lots of positions actually. Aditya is better as well, apparently. Maybe we can have a brief look at that game for a second. So he also seems to be in an interesting position here against Nubair, who's also playing for the first time.
Yeah, and out here, let's count the pawns first. It's equal pawns, but black is losing the pawns on d6 and c5.
Yeah.
And a5. So I think 2 pawns out of these 3 pawns should fall. And then white will get protected passed pawn on e5. And The bishop on g7 remains locked out. The knight on b6 is kind of awkwardly placed, and white will have this light square bishop out of the pair of bishops, which black will not have. So black will not have
I mean, the
control
knight
over
on
those squares.
b6 also feels like it's locked out, no? It's
Yeah,
doesn't have
exactly.
any place to go to really. Yeah, black's. I think the activity is just really bad in black's position. I think white should be clearly winning here.
Hmm. By the way, there's an update in the SL game. I think we should briefly check it out. So the pawn has now come to d2 and the king on f3 does not make a great impression.
I think we should just stick to this game because we're
Yeah,
going to have a
yeah,
result
yeah.
really soon.
Uh,
A resignation anytime.
Akshat is saying, great to see Sahaj here. He's doing great work with South African team for the past so many years. So many talents like Benel coming up with his guidance. Sahaj is smiling. I don't know.
You mean, sorry, I didn't hear you. Can you please repeat
No,
that?
Akshat is saying, great to see Sahaj here. He's doing great work with the South African team and helping so many
Oh,
talents come up.
thank you so much, thank you so much. It's been quite nice actually working with those guys. We had a very decent Olympiad. We actually finished above Norway at the end, which was actually
Wow,
quite surprising.
nice. That's
But
nice.
yeah, so yeah, it was quite a decent event. Yeah, I think
Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, we have the first result of the fourth leg of the Indian Chess Tour.
Yeah.
SL has won in a super convincing fashion. Abhimanyu having a bit of an off day there, and SL wins with the black pieces. What a fantastic start against one of the top contenders in this tournament.
Yep, yep. And I think SL would love that win. And when the king is sitting on g4, I think that gives you a lot of confidence as well, how you checkmate the opponent. And one more game that might, I think Surya's game might be the one, although Aditya's game is also very interesting, which might be the next one, maybe. Although there is enough time here, maybe it will take a while.
Yeah, I think Surya's game will go on for a
Hmm.
little while. Mitrava will look to try and get some counterplay going. He will try to, get some tricks going. Meanwhile, I think Surya has kind of decoded Mitraba's style, and one of Mitraba's assets is that he's always ahead on the clock. And Surya came prepared. I think he was intent to set out and start playing fast against Mitraba, and he's matched him on the clock as well.
True, true, true. Okay, so SL has gone to 3 points. And by the way, Sethu, Sethu is back in action. That will be very, very interesting to follow how well Sethu does here. I think he and AD have gone neck to neck for so many years now. I think Steve can probably even say more on that. So, do you think Sethu has good chances to win this tournament, Sri?
Yeah, I think he's almost like the second favorite in this tournament, Sahil, because Sethu's had some excellent results recently, and he's just back from a trek in the Himalayas, so he's refreshed, rejuvenated. He finished the last place in the first leg of the MPL Indian Chess Tour. Can you believe it? He was the last 16th out of 16th, and that was unbelievable for me. How strong the tournament was. Sethu, one of the top players in India for a long time, finishing in the last place. But since then, he's very much back into form. He's had very consistent results. He started after a long period of inactivity. He started playing a lot of tournaments in 2021. Initially, those tournaments didn't quite go his way, but I think by the second half of 2022, he started regaining that form, that momentum. He was one of the best players for the India 3 team in Olympiad, almost not losing a game. He lost only one. He was like that one person who was performing above his rating in that team. He also played pretty well in the Abu Dhabi Masters, the Dubai Open. He's been consistent, not spectacular like someone like Arjun or Gukesh, because I mean they are Arjun and Gukesh, but he's been very steady, very consistent. He's got his rating back up there. He's back into the top 10, close to 2640, and he seems to be in good shape as well. I can see that. I can feel that his opening preparation is back, that his motivation is back, that he seems to be in a good space of mind. So I think if SL is like the primary favorite for this leg, Setu is also right up there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Agreed.
And somebody saying, we need the bar here. Sanket, we have the bar. If you look at the right side, bottom side, you can see the bar there. It'll let you know the rough evaluations. And Sahaj, how do you propose black take care of his king now? So the rooks are not connected, and that definitely makes it a bit awkward. So how do you
Yeah,
get rid
by
of
the
this?
way, like just like a few moves ago, White had
Mhm.
rook takes e6. I don't know if that is good or that is bad, but just like 2 moves ago, like takes takes.
Ah,
Now there was rook takes e6. I don't know if this is good, but it just, yeah, it looks interesting to mention.
yeah, true. The idea being, of course, if you take, then there's a simple fork,
Yeah,
and that would be game over. However, was there any defense? Looks like a very interesting
maybe
choice.
like king g8 or something.
And just ignoring this rook, yeah?
Just
Perfectly
ignoring it.
possible.
Yeah, and yeah.
Hmm.
Now I don't know. Rook e5 probably. Queen
The
takes.
spawn is also very important, yeah? So you
Yeah,
just
but then bishop. I mean, the pawn has to.
hmm.
I mean, the pawn will be taken eventually, anyways. I
Hmm.
think bishop
Hmm.
g5 or something, or even a3 now.
Hmm.
Um,
Hmm. Hmm.
I don't know. It looks like a very complicated position, but I think it's much harder to play this as black because black is lacking activity right now because of the awkwardly placed king, and the pieces are just spread across everywhere, and they don't seem to be that well coordinated because of the poor placement of the king. Like if we can just pick up the rook on h8 and put it on f8, maybe things would be better. But
Yeah,
yeah.
true.
Yeah, but maybe rook e6 was a bit okay. He's going for something similar.
Hmm.
Bishop g5. I think the idea now is if you take on d6, then okay, he didn't
He
take on
plays bishop
d6.
c8.
The a5 was hanging. That's why.
Hmm. Hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah,
this
black is
is very
under a
bad
lot of
for
pressure though.
Yeah.
black. Looks. I mean, this looks really bad for black. No, straight.
But
Yeah,
94
I
now?
think I think it should
Isn't
be lost in the
this
next few moves.
Yeah, knight e4 looks strong. I think there's knight d5 after knight e4.
Yeah, and then queen f3.
hmm.
Yeah, and then queen f3. Yeah, you're right.
And the pawn also survives for now at least.
It's just, I mean, white doesn't really have a threat, but what is black going to play in that position? This is you're out of moves.
Yeah, yeah. True. I think Setu looks like he's on fire in this game. And look at time. Look at the time, by the way. It's 42 seconds. I think we saw this in the second leg as well. H3, I think first leg, or whenever I think Leon was playing really well, I think he was taking a lot of time. I think he ended up winning many of the games, most of the games actually, but he was still always lagging low on the clock as far as I remember.
Yeah, he's been doing that quite a bit, Sahil, but he hasn't faced an opponent who had a 30 move preparation, This is like vintage Setu. And that worked well in the earlier games for him. But in this position, I just don't see him surviving.
Yeah, yeah. Maybe we can stick to this game. This might be, I think, considering how the position is, it might be the first one to even finish. Who knows?
I
Yeah, yeah,
also think
yeah,
that
absolutely.
after knight e4, knight d5, I mean, you don't even have to play queen f3. I mean, I'm just thinking queen c2, for example. I mean, the idea is to just, make sure the king doesn't get out to h7. And I mean, I'm just struggling to find a move for black here.
Hmm.
Yeah, and that's the worst thing when you have like 40 seconds.
Exactly,
Hmm.
because now you panic and this is where most people make a mistake.
By the
Yeah.
way, as on a panel with two GMs, I think I would love to ask you this question. So, do you also the same stuff? For example, let's say opponent is low on the clock, and you prepare a long variation of maybe a 4 sequence where your opponent has no time to calculate. Like sit down, think for like the next 5 6 moves, and then just play it very quickly, or do you just do not care? You just play normal chess.
I think it's better if your opponent doesn't seems obvious. So I try not to go into. I mean, maybe Srinath is different to this, but I personally try to go for lines that don't seem obvious. So I mean, any direct move is usually met with a direct move, and direct moves are usually easy to spot. You capture a piece, I capture back, and that is easier to
Hmm.
play, and you gain time. But again, like moves like queen c2 here, I mean, it's hard to come up with a move for black because there's so many options and you have less time, and generally you will take more time here, and and the move is not going to be as good. What do you think, Shri?
Yeah, I think you're right, Sahaj. I would also, try and so when the opponent isn't. Oh, by the way, there is a result in one of the games. Aditya has won against Nubair
Oh wow,
Shashik.
let's have a look at that. Yeah, that's a very interesting position there. The king getting, not something you see every day. And
Yeah, this is
yeah,
amazing.
great victory for Aditya there. Yeah, good start.
Yeah, great start for Aditya. And back to the question, when your opponent is in time trouble, I think they are in a very, very highly focused, highly intensive mindset. They are looking at all these concrete lines, the tactics instantly. So it really helps to play unexpected moves, non-direct moves, non-forcing moves. That is the most difficult thing for people to face when they have less time.
By the way, I think we have one more result. Karthik and Murli has won against Harshit Raja. So we do not have a detailed look at this game. But yeah, the final position looks rather convincing.
Wait, what? Why is this lost?
I guess because Harshit got disconnected. I don't know.
Yeah.
Because he has had many issues
Yeah.
before. So it just felt to me that might be the reason.
Yeah, seems so, because the position looks completely okay for black.
Yeah, Harshit got disconnected. Yeah.
Really? Was that the reason? I was just guessing.
Yeah. No. I just got the WhatsApp.
Wow. Oh, that is, I think he is playing from the US. So that is always an issue. I think time zones and everything is also different. So that
The
is very
internet is
interesting.
always an issue in US also.
So you're saying that
Apparently.
people get disconnected often from the US?
Yeah, apparently.
Is in
because
some US version of Nashik.
maybe we'll have to ask him. Yeah, which city? We'll have to ask him. So definitely to keep that in mind. So that's unfortunate, but Karthikeyan wins, and yeah, that's 3 results.
It's sad because also the position doesn't make, maybe white has a slight edge, but it doesn't look, very convincing. I'm not even sure. I'm not sure what you guys think, but I don't even think white has a slight edge here. I could be wrong, but rook c8 seems very nice for black. But yeah, disconnections are always not nice.
Sad.
Yeah, online chess definitely has that one drawback. Okay,
yeah, let's get back to the live action.
Which game do you want to go to, Shri? Which one? Oh, by the way, we can have a look at Sethu's game there. So something happened. Queen d6, and then he took on f6. So
Okay, I didn't like bishop f6 so much here. Yeah, I think I would have gone queen c3 straight, keeping the bishop on g5. But okay, even now I think it's difficult for black to make moves here. But why I wouldn't take bishop f6 is because now you see king g7 comes in, the rooks get, rooks are close to getting connected, and I think it could have been avoided if you didn't take on f6.
True. I think black solved his main problem, of the king coming up.
Yeah. But still, he has very, very less time, so it's quite difficult to say. You see, this is one drawback of g3, because you can't play rook e3, rook g3 now.
I mean, Shriyat is definitely fuming inside. He doesn't like g3 being roasted.
Yeah, just pick that one small drawback.
Every good chess player that comes in contact with someone gets internet issues. Okay, that I don't know if that's the reason. But okay.
I mean, they get issues in general. Chess issues.
I don't think we have any other results so far. So looking at Leon's time, this might be a good game to look at for now.
Yeah, this is interesting actually, because I think Sethu is also getting low on time now.
Yeah, meanwhile, we also have another result. Vaibhav has also won his game against
Vaibhav has won.
Let's go.
Vaibhav has won. Okay.
Vaibhav was inactive for 2 years.
Yeah.
since the COVID pandemic.
Yeah.
And then he got a chance to work with the Indian A team during the Olympiad. He was one of the important members, one of the important coaches, and I think that must have really helped him being in that atmosphere to just try and get back to playing chess. He immediately went to the Barcelona Sands Open and finished joint first there, losing against SL Narayanan in the tiebreak.
Oh,
And
did you see how
now
he
he's back here.
lost though? Okay, but okay, it was, I think, gone anyways, but just F4 and lost the knight. Interesting. Probably a mouse slip,
Yeah.
yeah? I assume.
No, it doesn't look like a maybe he wanted to play e4.
Maybe.
Was he in time pressure?
It's not clear, but definitely something went
Yeah.
wrong there. Something went wrong
Maybe
there.
he just missed the knight hanging on h7.
Yeah,
That's
possible.
not totally out
possible.
of the question.
Yeah.
Mm.
So Shri, was he working with the India first team or was he working with like everyone?
He was working with the first team.
Okay. So what was his role? Like was he like analyzing for them or what was?
Yeah, he was analyzing for some of the higher boards.
Mhm.
He was working a lot with Hari Krishna, and they had also been former teammates. And with Vaibhav, we had the advantage that he was probably the strongest chess player amongst, I think, almost all the coaches out there in the Olympiad.
Mm.
He's rated 2610. He's quite active. For people who don't know Vaibhav that well, he was a bit of a prodigy himself. He became a grandmaster when he was 14 years old or 15 years old. He became a grandmaster very early,
Yeah.
and he's very strong, but a bit, I think, a bit less known than, again, just another Indian talent who is not that well known yet.
Completely.
By the way, would you take this pawn on h5 here and give up
H
this instead?
pawn. I think that pawn is gonna go anyways. I think the pawn on d4 needs to be protected. So I would go
Rook
rook
A4,
b1. Rook A. Oh, sorry, what did you say? Rook
Rook
a4.
A4. Yeah.
That's interesting because I was only thinking. Oh, you're thinking of rook coming to g4 at some stage, or?
Yeah. Also, keeping an eye on the A5 pawn, continue
Mhm.
to do that. And Rook D1 can come under some bishop G4 after E5.
But e5, I can always. I mean, there's so many choices. Like knight e4, for example, is one. If queen e6, then I was initially thinking bishop h3, but I don't like f5.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Black also has some counter chances now. Yeah. And Setu's down to a minute. It's no longer that one-sided.
Yeah, completely.
He goes Rook D1. E5 is also not an easy move to make with 13 seconds because it's a very committal move. And
Yeah.
as we have
Thing
seen
is that
people,
even if you play bishop g4, like I wouldn't be opposed to just sacking on g4 with the rook. Just rook g4.
he's gone for knight G6. He just loses a
h5
pawn
now.
there.
You know, the pawns are equal now, no?
Yeah, now the pawns are equal.
So black's now biggest problem seems to be the bishop on c8. So
Yeah,
that bishop probably needs some activity. Okay, he's planning bishop d7 and rook h8, most likely.
but after queen f3, how do you defend the c6 pawn?
Yeah, that's
He
a
gives up
tough
that
one.
as well. Yeah, he just doesn't have the resources to calculate with the acute time trouble.
Yeah, so this is
Setu doesn't
exactly what I
take
was
the
talking about earlier. Like you see that Leon is low on time, and Queen C6 is a direct move, and H4 is like it keeps Black's options flexible. So this is, I think, a smart decision by Setu to just not take and just keep it there, and so that he has to sort of think more, and yeah, it just creates more panic in Black's position.
Yeah, and the queen
yeah.
is kind of not close to the king, yeah, so you can also use some threats here.
Yeah, like I'm thinking H5, maybe Queen E3, Knight. I mean, after h5, knight moves to e7, and then maybe queen e3, and then queen
Yeah.
g5 ideas.
Yeah. Yeah. He goes queen c3 instead. Maybe
Oh,
threatening
nice.
something here.
He's also threatening to take on a5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, this seems now good for maybe d5 check is coming. Oh wait, hold on, the rook on d1 is hanging. So maybe now something like bishop f3 just to protect the rook, and now you're threatening d5.
Yeah. Yeah.
What do
Makes
you
makes
think
a lot of
of this
sense.
tree?
He plays
Makes a lot
h5
of
directly
sense.
though.
I guess he wants to just go for this queen e3, queen g5 stuff. Not
Yeah,
get distracted by the discovered attacks.
you can
Queen e3
even
you
throw
can
like
defend with
h6.
f4.
Pardon?
Queen e3 you can defend with f4.
Ah, yes, you can. You can.
I'm really not sure about the outcome of this game anymore because Setu is also down to less than a minute. Meanwhile, I just noticed that AD is completely losing, and that happened after a simple piece blender. We will
Wow.
catch that during the break.
I
He
actually
just
shifted
lost.
to ADs
AD
very
just
quickly.
lost.
I don't know how he lost the piece. Should we have a look? Which move, Shri?
It was on the 36th move, 37th move. White just played king f1. So yeah, knight e6, and he just played rook a3. I don't understand how this happened or why. He just lost the piece right in front
Wow.
of.
How? Wow.
I don't
Was it
know.
just
I mean, who?
okay? That is
This is our second night blender in this round.
Do you think it's
yeah.
because when you like sort of click a piece and then you want to click to like a separate square just to like not click the piece and then you end up playing the move? So that
The
has happened to
synergy
me before.
between drag and drop and point and click, as Anish pointed out.
Yeah. So that has
So so
happened to me
so
before
basically, you
also.
touch the rook and the rook automatically moves to a3. Yeah. So if, let's say you want to place here and you have touched the a3 square before, so it automatically moves to a3. Yeah.
No, 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 no. What I'm saying is like let's say you click a rook and then you sort of click somewhere in the board, like on the
Okay.
on the
Okay.
other side of the board, just to like not
Uh,
click the rook anymore.
true.
So it could have been like a3, and the piece just went there. That has happened to me a few times.
True. True.
Yeah, but I think it
Anyways,
was just a
yeah.
brain fade from AD.
Yeah. Yeah. I think this is lost. Yeah, he lost, by the way. He resigned. So AD has lost his game. Surya has also won. I think that was clear to us throughout the game. And the critical the game we were looking at is still going on, and it's I think this is the only game going on at this point. Two games, I think. Bharat Subramanian is also playing.
It's a
Yeah,
great start for Pranav Anand though. It's his first match of the whole leg, and I mean
Yeah,
he
yeah,
recently became a GM. I mean, it seems like a very very nice start.
true, true.
absolutely, absolutely. Great start for the young Pranav Anand. And the game between Setu and Leon, it has become totally messy. Yeah? Leon has managed
Yeah,
to survive this one as well.
I said,
He's
I told you Leon is a definite contender for this. At least that's I would predict Leon / SL, like I made those predictions. So I'm predicting he plays really well. I think the fact that he likes to come and I wouldn't say I think he's comfortable. Definitely sometimes it gives you an edge, yeah, if things go your way.
definitely it when it comes to the mutual time scrambles, I think Leon has a bit of an edge there. And it's also a massive luxury because this is a kind of situation where most people collapse, but
Hmm.
somehow he manages to hold on. Grishchuk, Nihal, Leon, I think they're all phenomenal in this.
And
True.
also another thing is that Black has sort of I mean Black. I mean Leon in this game has been in time pressure for quite some time, and Setu just got into time trouble. So like, it's very much possible for Setu to also make a mistake in a situation like this, because it's difficult to adjust from being in a winning position with like 10 minutes more to now. I mean, it doesn't
Yeah,
look so winning anymore, and the time is equal, and you start to like I think the word is tilt. I mean, you start to tilt here a bit. So yeah, it wouldn't be as surprising if Setu also makes a mistake here. I think it's unlikely that Leon will now collapse here.
Yeah, also you feel like you've wasted your good preparation.
Absolutely,
Yeah,
absolutely. I
true.
did that with Setu actually.
When
Yeah.
was that?
It was in Dubai Open. I found this
Ah,
amazing line in Nidov, got an amazing position, and then yeah, then and then I didn't find the correct. I mean, the problem was that he played so many lines that it was difficult to predict what he was going to do. So I found this one line and I didn't analyze it as deeply. Um, so a position came where like I had a very interesting sort of piece sacrifice which I did consider, but I didn't end up playing. And yeah, it like right after even during the game I was thinking, okay, this is wasted prep now.
Yeah, true. I think every chess player can relate to that. But for now, it doesn't seem to be that any person is in charge, right? Very limited material. Only one pass pawn on the board for now.
yeah, and the b4 pawn can also be taken now, I think.
Hmm. Yeah, he takes it. Yeah.
You know how he plays these moves with 1 second remaining.
And I play knight e4 here. Oh, bishop b knight e4 here.
Yeah, knight e4, fe4, queen c8,
Queen
and
c8.
it
Yeah, he
should be a
takes it.
draw.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna be a draw then.
Yeah.
Will this be the first draw in the whole event?
Yes, the first draw. We've had all results, by the way. That is crazy, yeah, to me at least. You rarely see all
Yeah.
results, only 2 games going on. And this might be the only draw, although I wouldn't discount this from ending up in a result. But most likely a draw, yes.
Yeah, disconnections are also possible. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. And by the way, the other game going on is Bharat is still playing. He's playing Aronia Ghosh. We'll quickly switch to
Yeah.
that game as soon as this game finishes, I guess. Okay, all looks chill.
Yeah, now just f5 or something, or even knight g5.
Yeah.
This should be a draw.
Next round, by the way, we have Adiban against Puranik. That will be an interesting game. Both players not having a good round one. That will be an important match for both players because if you end up losing 2 games, I think that just makes you tilt in most cases. Somehow it's very difficult to handle this pressure.
But I mean, I guess the tilt will only affect you if it's on. I mean, in most cases, it affects you if it's on the same day. The next day, you're more
Yeah.
composed
True.
and
True. Okay, yeah, this is going to be a
Right.
draw now.
And the other game, Bharat is just completely winning, yeah?
Oh, so no more draws, yeah? Yeah, true.
Right.
Yep, they are repeating moves, I think. So this should be Queen c6 and it should be a draw. Yep, they have drawn the game.
Let's have a look at the game between Bharat and Aronia, the last one.
Yes.
Where White just played his king to c5, and I think he's thrown away the win, Sahil.
You usually don't you play the king forward and then you start pushing the behind pawn, as far as I understand it.
Yeah, and he played the king to c5. Now there's rook e5 check.
Yeah.
Wow.
he missed rook f5 probably. Yeah.
Yeah,
Was
he missed
hurt.
rook a5.
Yeah, this will
But
be
it's
the second
strange he
round.
didn't play king b7 or something.
Yeah, it's
But even
incredible. I
king
mean,
b7, like if you played king e4, it doesn't seem like it's how are you winning that?
you have to play king e7, as Sahil pointed out. It's a method called changing the leader. Yeah.
Thank you,
King
Daniel
where?
King. I
From
think I think that
Are
has
you
taught
saying
me
king to
endgame.
c7?
Okay, by the way, this is ending in a draw. We can probably
instead of
go
king
back.
c5.
Yes.
No, king a7. Yeah, no, of course. Yeah, I get it. Changing the leader. King a7.
Yeah, you change the leader from the a6 pawn, which is well monitored, and make the b pawn the lead pawn.
Yeah, it's also more difficult for the king to reach the a pawn, so it makes sense.
Yeah.
So we have all the results here. Maybe we can have a look at the results for round one and see who has kind of taken the lead. It'll be very interesting to see, because after all, round one is the momentum. If you have a good day one, you're like a good start is already halfway done. It'll be very, very much fun to see. And Shri, what do you make of the results here?
I guess Harshit was incredibly unfortunate because of the connection issues. Pranav Adiban, a big result, which was a very exciting game, a newcomer against the seasoned beast, and Pranav taking that one. SL Abhimanyu, I think it was on point. Aditya just got a good position out from the opening, and he won a very convincing game. A bit surprised at Setu Leon, but I think Leon just played the amazing game under pressure. Mitraba Surya also a bit of an upset with a win with the black pieces, but that said, you can never count Surya out, a very experienced campaigner. And Vaibhav Indian, I think along expected lines. Bharat Aronyak was an exciting clash, two newcomers, and it was topsy-turvy, but in the end, it looked like Bharat was going to win until that blender.
Yep, and the standings are clear. You have many players with 3 points. As we move forward, we'll have a few leaders. Maybe we'll have a couple of leaders by the end of the day. So I think we can have a very short break, Shri and Sahaj, and then we can quickly come back for round two.
Completely. That sounds good.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the endgame with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
I'm ahead of the game. Well, the phone is always ringing. I'm caught up on the line. Got a string around my finger. Remember who am I? I'm a boss and I'm honestly up my rocker, but follow me. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. I'm only ever slinging. I'm working overtime. Got a song and I'm the singer, the melody, the vibe. I'm a prodigy. Logically, I'm impossibly wanted. Then they'll remember my name. They'll remember my name. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Well, I'm ahead now. Well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game.
Hi everybody, and welcome to our new video series. My name is Jan Gustafsson, and I'm thrilled to be reunited with fellow Magnus Carlsen's trainers, seconds, Peter Heine Nielsen, Magnus Carlsen's head coach, and Laurent Fressinet, Magnus Carlsen's French coach, are both here, and we will be going through the World Championship match 2021. Our experiences with it, the games, what we prepared, where we felt things went well, where we felt things didn't go well. Peter, we have different perspectives because we were in different locations.
Very much. I'm looking forward to talking to you guys about it because you were in Thailand during all the match and I was in Dubai with Magnus and his non-chess team. So I see some kind of debriefing where we will discuss what was the mood in Dubai, what was happening in the technical department in Thailand, and we got to sort of basically compare notes and get the two kind of inside looks from the match.
Very much so. And Laurent, we are actually in your private home. Thanks for having us.
It's a big pleasure to welcome both of you, and I'm sure it will be interesting to talk to you guys about the match.
Likewise.
So we hope you guys enjoy the series with our behind the scenes insights. See you then.
I kept Chessable a secret for 3 years at least, and I was using it for myself. And I, maybe never expected how big it would become. I have always been into games, and I think games are fun ways to pass your time. Sometimes they can be educational as well, but I think chess is the perfect game that has it all. It's a game that not only entertains you, but also teaches you about life skills, from things like time management to the consequences of your moves or your actions. Once you make a move, you cannot take it back. I really fell in love with the game. And of course, given my competitive nature, I wanted to get better at it. And I found it extremely difficult after watching countless videos and reading some books. You would put in all that effort, and then when you get to the board, it's like it all disappeared, it all vanished, and you performed at the exact same level you were before that. And I looked around for a solution that could perhaps use the latest technology, the latest learning science out there to help you learn chess, and there was nothing. So that's how the idea was born. I've been building things since I was 14, and I always enjoy bringing a community together around a product. And we got a lot of energy from the chess community as well. Really from day one, when we announced Chessable, there was thousands of people who thought this was a good idea that had to be realized. And they've been fantastic with words of encouragement, support, advice, ideas on how to improve the product. And I believe they've been listened to over these years, and Chessable is exactly what that initial community wanted. And it's part of our product process to actually keep listening to them going forward into the next years.
Hello. We are back with round 2 of the leg 4 chat. How are you feeling? And it's going to be an insane match because we have a few leaders, but we still don't know who is going to take charge of day 1. I again have Srinath and Sahaj with me. How do you feel, guys, about round 2?
Round 2 is going to be exciting, Sahil. Once again, the key match of AD. Let's see if AD manages to bounce back immediately. And I think we have liftoff in a couple of games already.
Couple of games, yes.
Setu's game has started. Setu with
I'm actually very curious about Ganguly and Vaibhav in this one, because that's going to be a very interesting one.
Yeah, their game has also started.
All the games have started now. Yes. So, let's start with AD's game. I guess one by one we can go through, and we have.
I have a question for you. We all know that Setu has like one of the best preps probably in India, and Ganguly also is right up there. So my question is, having worked with both of them, which of these two players has the better prep?
It's a bit hard to rate who has the better prep or the worse prep. I think it's largely has to do with their style of working. And with regard to Setu, I think he's very good at coming up with these little ideas. He's very good at finding new ideas, but he's not necessarily thorough with all his opening preparation all the time. And he has this practical element in his opening prep. As far as Surya is concerned, I don't think he's no longer such an expert in the openings. He used to be back in the times when he was working for Vichy for the World Championship matches. But I think sometime around 2018, he started changing his style a bit, started working with Vishnu, and started cutting down his use of preparation with engines. He had a bit of style transformation there. He was no longer into, cutting edge engine prep. And post lockdown, he got into so many other activities that, as you can see, he has a pretty unambitious opening with the white pieces, which he can pretty much play and try and get a game. So I think Surya uh, is not quite active in terms of his opening preparation anymore, not quite up there in India. But of course, these things keep changing all the time. It really depends on what work you're doing with whom. And it can be something in the January of the year, and in August already that person is so much better prepared because they're focused on it. And next year in March, they might have lost it all. So it really depends on what they've been doing in the last year or two. It takes time to build up things. It doesn't happen instantly, but there are not so many people who are exclusively focused on just playing professional chess.
Blockbits gave me saying live board OP. I know the live board is dancing a little bit. Don't worry. That's not a big problem. It'll fix very soon. By the way, what do you think of AD's opening choice? In fact, Abhimanyu's opening choice here.
What is Abhimanyu's opening choice? Oh, the same variation. They're copying. AD's copying Surya now. It's the same opening, right?
Yeah. Same move order also, it seems like.
Yeah, no, I'm not sure if it's the same move order, but it certainly seems like the same opening. Again, a somewhat unambitious opening. And it's not without its venom, though, especially Vincent Kiemer, the German prodigy. He's very good at getting something out of such openings.
By the way, if you go to the game of Nuber against Setu for a second, so what do you make of this kingside once?
This is from the Queen C2 Nimzo.
Yes.
This transposed into Ragozin.
Yeah, no, actually the Queen C2 Nimzo.
Isn't it Ragozin?
No, this is a variation from the Queen C2 Nimzo. I can show you how it comes. So 3 knight C3, bishop B4.
Okay, you mean here? Okay, you mean here? Okay.
Yeah, Queen C2, D5, CD, ED, bishop G5.
Okay.
H6, bishop H4, and now there's this variation with knight C6, E3, G5. And after 8 moves, we have the same position from the other. Yeah, bishop G3, H5. And this can get very tricky for white without, proper prep.
But it can also come with the Ragozin also, no? This exact position. Not from the knight f3 move order. I'm saying that on move 3, if black plays bishop b4, so let's say d4, d5, not here. So d4, d5.
Okay, d4, d5.
So c4, e6, knight c3, bishop b4. And you take. Okay, so now here you don't get, I mean, I guess if you play knight f3, knight f6, it's going to be the same sort of variation, bishop g5, h6, bishop h4, and okay, you play castle here or g5 or bishop f5, and it's kind of similar. I think instead of queen c2, white has played knight f3, that's the difference. But yeah, I think, Shrey, you're right, this is Nimzo.
Yeah, white hasn't committed knight f3 yet.
Yeah.
So this also allows white to go knight e2 in these positions if required, which is quite possible because white might want to keep the option of f4 opening up against black's king.
f4 seems much strong.
I'm a bit surprised that Nuber is the one who, has out-prepared Setu here, or at least out-remembers Setu.
94 played, so he's definitely considering pushing this pawn as well now, I assume.
Yeah, now knight e2 just, yeah?
Yeah.
After bishop
Meanwhile,
f5,
we have a blender in the Harshit's game, by the way.
Yeah, already?
Yeah. Yep.
Can we go quickly to that game? So Harshit blundered, yeah?
Yeah, he played f4.
Wow. Fast. Okay, that is surprising, to be honest. Maybe we can have a brief look from the start. Okay, it was a Caro-Can. Bishop comes to c4. All looks normal. Takes d2 with the pawn, and then suddenly f4. And the bishop on b2 is unfortunately placed, and he loses a piece. Wow.
Yeah, he just blended away a piece, and he's still playing super fast. So on some kind of a tilt here, he has 16 minutes despite being a piece down.
And I
Maybe
think,
he's still trying to convince his opponent that, this is prep.
yeah, I think losing on time played on his mind. Yeah, a little bit. You kind of lose. You feel, okay, luck is not my, things are not going my way. I just play fast, and you kind of play a bit on emotions. Yeah, for sure. Otherwise,
Yeah,
this is not common at all.
Although, I mean, it's not as fast. You can see before he played King H1, he thought for a minute. So obviously he was,
Hmm.
yeah, obviously
So
it took like some time to digest the piece.
Hmm. Hmm.
yeah,
Yeah. Now I think black is just rolling the board. Yeah, that's interesting.
yeah.
Actually, which game do you want to go to? I think all games apart from this one are dead equal for now, and they've only started, of course. Maybe we can have a look at the Leon game for a second and see how he's doing against Mitraba. So the opening choice, let's see, knight f3, knight f6. Okay, e5, d4, e4, knight e5, bishop d6.
Early,
Yeah.
very early in the game.
Yeah, so here
And
knight g4 seems strong, yeah, because you wanted to take the e4 pawn. If you take on g4, then just queen g4, and I think white is quite yeah, white seems to be better.
yeah,
The
I don't
queen should
see
be
how
quite
you
important.
can even take how you can even protect the e4 pawn.
Yeah, it seems hard. I mean, you probably want to take the cd4 as quickly. I mean, I think e4 pawn will be lost, but black will take the d4 pawn probably in some way.
Takes on g4, queen comes to the action, and no, yeah, he
So
castles.
if,
Yeah, so he just castles. Yeah.
yeah, so the e4 pawn is, yeah, now you cannot take the e4 pawn with the queen at least because you have rook e8. Oh, you have just c takes d4, and then rook e8 just pins the queen.
Yep.
So probably
Right.
knight takes e4, and then this seems like black will. Okay, you just have f5. Sorry about that. Yeah, you just have f5.
But still, this is at some point might just be weak. Yeah.
Yeah.
He takes on c5. Okay.
Yeah, so bishop takes. Maybe even okay. If you play f5 in this position, then white has a nice tactic. Queen to d1. Um, Now you cannot take the
Yes.
pawn because of queen d5 check.
d5 check. Yeah, we've seen this queen d1 move many times now already.
Yeah, so probably
Hmm.
black should take on c5 and just give up the pawn for some compensation. At
Hmm.
least you have activity. Although I think white does seem to be doing fine here.
Hmm.
But this doesn't look like prep um, from any side. Am I right
Yeah.
in saying that, or
It doesn't
Yeah,
seem
it
to.
seems so.
Both players have less. Oh, he plays f5.
yeah, now queen d1? I think he's not gonna take bishop c5. I think he's gonna move the bishop to e5 probably.
Hmm.
Okay, white still has an extra pawn. Okay, black has like a compensation. Probably, firstly you've got the active pawn on e4, and secondly you've got the like that long diagonal of the dark bishop. So if white ever castles short, then black has
Hmm.
some attacking chances.
Hmm. True. True.
Right.
Oh, he goes bishop e7.
Okay.
That's, yeah, I didn't expect that. I didn't expect bishop e7. That seems a bit strange, no? Because now,
I think he wants to keep an eye on this pawn as well. But
but I can always play queen d5, no? There is,
yeah. Yeah, I
True.
think this game is interesting. Maybe go back to the Nuber against Setu game for a second. I definitely like this position. It's very interesting to me because I've not played this opening myself, and it definitely feels quite interesting. Although I don't know which side to choose. Nubair seems to be 3 minutes ahead on the clock, so clearly the guy well prepared. But Setu, well, he's in form, yeah.
Yeah, he seems to be doing well here. He has some. I mean, usually, in when you have an attack on the king side like that, the bishop on h2 is it acts like a defender. It's one of your best defenders in the position. So removing that is quite smart here. And I
Yeah,
think he still
usually
has.
the bishop on h2 is a fantastic safe haven for the bishop, often seen in the London system. And on that note, I should probably go because I have to record some of the videos for the upcoming Chessable course on London system. But I just want to say one thing before I go. Nuber's question wouldn't be in this situation if he had started with the London.
Absolutely agree. Absolutely.
I mean,
I've been trying to convince.
The bishop might be on h2, but the other pieces would have been better.
Yep,
Yeah, he would
100%.
definitely have control over this square most likely. So he would have better control, and now this bishop is just a lone warrior. Yeah, it was not utilized properly, basically. Yeah.
You can't just take one component of the London. It's a system that you have to play as a whole.
Exactly. You can't.
Finally, I got Shri to my team. Yeah. Till last time it was like quite different, but finally I switched him over. Interesting.
It was building up. It was building up for a long time, but the persistence pays off. And after so much time spent with you, Sahil, I really started seeing the merits of London system.
Yeah.
So
it happens. I've seen many people change their opinions as they stream with me and their course comes out. It actually changes their opinion quite a bit. But I totally agree. London is a great opening.
It's not just me, by the way.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, 100. I love that.
It's not just me, by the way. Sahaj is also a co-author in this Chessable course that's going to come out really soon. So I think we have like three Londoners in the panel today.
Absolutely agreed. Absolutely.
All right, guys. So on that note, I'll take a leave. I'll go and do some recording. And thank you so much. Look forward to seeing more of this exciting tournament, but off camera. I'll be watching the commentary and chat. Do hit that like button and comment on your favorite for this tournament.
Thanks a lot, Shri, for joining us. And it was a pleasure having you. And thank you for, giving your insights and plus point on the London system. Now we can be best buddies.
Sure. Thank you, guys. Bye-bye.
Yes, man.
Bye. That was Srinath giving his insights. And now we have the position in front of us. Sahaj, how would you handle this as black? So clearly it feels like Setu has gained a lot of space. And the bishop on, okay, I think I just played that probably. So it definitely feels like black has a slight edge, right? He has the B file, white pieces are not in the best places.
This is one of the reasons why I sort of confused it with the Ragozin, because this is a very common sort of idea inside Ragozin, because the bishop on f5 it's actually an extremely strong piece because it controls the b1 square, because and that completely restricts white's rooks from getting access to the b file. So black just moves like rook b7 and you want to double up on the b file and get access. That is actually very normal in these positions, especially in Ragozin positions. Which Ragozin also is not possible against London. You should remember that. It is completely not possible against London. But I think in all seriousness, I think black has definitely more activity in this position. I think SSE is just played queen d6 check. I think the idea is to go rook b8 next and bring the rook to b2.
Yes, he's done that. Yes.
Yeah, and now just bring the rook to b2, and black has rook on the 7th rank, an active bishop, an active queen, and white's pieces seem to be a little awkward, at least for the moment. One line I see that seems to be quite interesting is just c takes d5, and maybe something like queen to c5. So the idea is that I'm sort of provoking, or not provoking, but I'm offering a trade of the queens. But if you take on c5, then I take back, and now my knight on e2 has a square to go to d4.
Yeah,
Even
yeah.
then, this after rook b2, knight d4, maybe the bishop moves somewhere, to e4 maybe. But it still seems a little awkward. I see that's exactly
Yeah,
what
it happened.
happened.
It happened in the game. Yeah, it happened in the
Yeah,
game.
yeah, yeah. That seems interesting actually, because now I'm not sure how. I think he should take, and after takes back this rook b2, knight d4, and bishop e4. Okay, white's knight has a nice square, but still the rooks remain slightly passive. So
And yeah, somehow it's like black already has control of the open file, so he can never really be worse here somehow. But
yeah,
the knight on d4 would be a great piece for sure, controlling everything. Yeah, cannot be touched by
yeah,
the
yeah.
bishop at all.
Absolutely. But if you remove I mean, this the problem is that black has rooks, and white's rooks are not as active. It's going to be a problem here for sure.
Yeah, yeah.
Once black gets rook b2, even if the knight sits on d4, I mean, because white cannot get access to the b file, it doesn't seem as nice.
Yeah. By the way, we already have one result. So Harshit Raja has lost. He must not be happy. I think he blundered a piece earlier, and I think it must have something to do with the emotions, yeah, of losing the game on by disconnect. And
100%.
yeah, so
100%, yeah.
that's two losses
There
for
wasn't
Harshit.
much hope left after blundering the piece. I think he just
Yeah,
played because
true.
he probably didn't want to resign as quickly. But yeah, there is. I mean, at this level, if you blunder something like that, there is obviously no hope. On that note, I also SL Narayanan, I think, just committed a blunder. I think he's in a
What?
losing position now.
Wow. Maybe we can
So
have a
this
look at the
queen takes
game.
d6 was a bit. I think he found f takes e4, knight e4, and now queen g6 is very strong in this position. And black just has too much attack here.
Wow.
If
So
you go, for
yeah.
example, I think you're losing a piece for sure, because how will you protect the e4 knight? Because if the e4 knight moves, then you have bishop takes f3 and the bishop on g5 hangs. I think he played queen g6 in the game. So yeah, I think
Yeah.
SL SL is not looking good here.
What a good start for Aditya Mittal, by the way. I mean, he won the
Yes,
first game and he's winning against SL as well. I mean,
yes.
that is insane. What a great start. He defeated, I think, Nuber in the first round, if I'm not mistaken, and he's again winning against the guy who literally won the last time. So crazy, crazy start for Aditya there. Maybe we can stick to this game for a while and see what happens in this moment. And the time situation also seems to be absolutely fine.
Yeah, I mean, this is not looking good for SL actually, because I think you're losing material by force here. The bishop on g5 seems to be, because bishop e4 you cannot protect. I'm just curious, if you play rook e2, for example, then maybe the idea is to take on e4 and rook takes e4 and then rook takes f3. But I'm not sure if this is enough material, because gf3 and queen g5, and maybe there is some check. Queen e6 check, maybe king h8, and the white has to find something very, very soon. Otherwise, the position would. Actually, the position doesn't look that bad here. Maybe rook g4 or something. And yeah, queen goes. What do you think, Sahil?
Yeah, I'm curious. Do I try to trade queens or not? That's something interesting because I do have enough pawns. I'm not scared of the endgame here. We just queen f6 here.
Yeah, queen f6, and
This
then
and this and
maybe I'll take.
okay.
Yeah, this still looks slightly better for black. It still looks slightly better.
Yeah, yeah. And somehow none of your rooks are coming to the 7th rank. Yeah, so it's kind of bearable. And once I bring this rook into the game, if it gets to the 2nd rank, then it will be very, very dangerous. Not right now, but maybe on a good
But
day.
if we go back a few moves, I
Yeah.
think instead of, so here, yeah, after queen g5, so takes, queen g5. I think I have rook g1, not queen e6.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, okay, no, rook g4, no, then just rook g7. This is
True.
probably okay for uh, for SL. But okay. After rook e2, you have knight takes c2.
Okay. That
This
will be
is the
interesting.
problem because now I think you're losing material by force.
Hmm.
This could be something that both of them are considering at this point.
Yeah, and once the king opens up, that will definitely create more chances. Um, yeah, and if we go to the live position, White is still thinking after Queen G6. That's not a surprise. I think he probably underestimated this move. Otherwise, he would have taken care of it. And now SL realizes the seriousness of the position.
Yeah, yeah. I think Queen d6 was the error. I think I think he completely overlooked the idea of taking the pawn in Queen g6 because now I think something is hanging for sure.
Hmm.
Something. I think probably he's calculating a way where he can sort of like give up a piece but still get some compensation for it. Because I think the giving like losing material here is inevitable.
Yeah, yeah.
I think if you go knight h4 also, there's a nice move after knight h4 because just queen takes e4 and there is back rank.
Yeah, true. And now you just play check and it's over.
Mhm.
By the way, from SL's point of view, I think he's well. Well, he lost the first game last time as well, so I don't think he's too phased by this. He knows he can come back later on, and in terms of ratings, I think this is slightly an easier field for him than last time. So he would definitely bank his chances, and he will be really gearing to play that tournament, the main CCT event. So
Mhm.
it's really important. Yeah, we could see the last time he had to play the Spanish League, he could not play the main event. He was really like, I have to play that event. So it's really important for him to win this because he's been right there, right there behind the Prague and all the other juniors. So he really wants to get that chance as well.
100%, 100%. I think, well, okay, obviously it's not nice to lose with white pieces ever, not in this fashion also. So I think he would need to sort of pick himself up again. And I mean, of course, the position is not. I mean, he's not lost yet, but okay, he's had a good start so far, and I'm definitely rooting for him. I think he's an exceptionally strong player, and he deserves more recognition.
If we quickly switch to the Leon game, I think SL is still thinking. Uh, okay, this pawn is rather cute. I like this pawn. Temporarily there, but I
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
think will survive for long here. The only question is how do you capture this? I do like White's position though, right? I mean, look at the two bishops. Oof, this is I don't know. This looks rather difficult for Black, unless I'm missing something.
Yeah, this looks really bad for black actually. Again, it goes down to the activity of the pieces. Your bishop and the rook on c8 and a8 are completely out of place. It will take them at least two moves to come into the game. White has double bishops. Both of them are extremely active. Something like, I mean, White probably doesn't even need to play precise chess here to retain the advantage. There would be more than one moves that sort of keep the advantage. So something like queen b3 or even queen. I think queen d4 is very strong here probably. But yeah, you can also take the pawn on f2. But okay, that pawn is not going anywhere. Yeah. But there's knight f5, and you have to worry about the knight g3 check idea. Okay, you can take with the queen. So that should be fine. Just as long as you don't move the queen. Yeah. Just don't forget to take the pawn. Sahil, I'm not able to hear you. I think you're muted on Zoom. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I think this position. Okay, you played queen e2 here. That's interesting. That is quite interesting. I think what black should probably go for knight
Hmm.
f5.
Yeah. I think it does the same job. I think pretty much he wants to pick up this
Yeah.
pawn as quickly as possible. And then there is no drama. And then you play like a beautiful, like you used to listen about the fairy tales, it reminds me of such a position. Beautiful bishop sat on b2 and f3. Then looked in the garden towards the long king side. And then they
Okay. I see the difference between e2 and d4. So with e2, if black plays knight f5, I think he's aiming to play bishop d5 check first. And this sort of a thing, it's sort
Okay.
of like an intermezzo, so that bishop doesn't get out, and then he wants to take on f2. I think that's quite clever actually.
He plays bishop
Okay,
e6,
so
however.
he sees it.
So, sorry?
I mean, he sees the bishop d5
Yeah.
and now he's going bishop e6.
Yeah.
So now, yeah, so there's three ways to capture. Yeah, bishop b7, queen f2, and rook f2. So probably one of them is probably keeps the advantage. Here you have to be a bit more precise because things are getting a bit. I mean, things are heating up a bit now because black's pieces are getting out, and yeah. But I think as you said, the nice bishops on b2. I mean, the b2 bishop is just so powerful in this position. It is just so powerful that it has no opponent. It's just. I mean, even if black's pieces get active, then that bishop is still going to be the one constant. That is going to annoy black for a long time.
Yeah. There's no opponent to this bishop, and that means one piece has to be, always keep an eye on this square. Otherwise, it can quickly turn to be disastrous. Tickoo blundered. Yeah, that was my mic, by the way. It has a loose wire, so it dances around a little bit. And whenever my throat is tired, automatically disconnects. Take care of that. By the way, if you quickly go back to the SL game for a second. So something happened. He left it at, I think, somewhere after queen g6. He played knight f6 check. And after bishop f6, he played rook takes e6, so pinning the bishop. And this is the current position. Wow.
So he's a piece down. So I mean, just bishop f3 seems.
Seems very logical.
Seems logical. I mean, if you take, then just queen takes g5, but there is rook g2. Is that the idea? Okay, but maybe just you can just sack the queen, yeah, just no problems.
Yeah. You have a rook and two pieces, yeah. That's more.
Yeah, just rook d8 or something in this position, and it's only a matter of just coordinating the pieces, and then obviously black has way more material. Generally, when it's queen versus three pieces, even if you have one major piece in the position, then it's considered to be over. I had a position like this recently in I think it was Abu Dhabi, and I was on the other side. I mean, my opponent had a queen and I had three pieces, and the whole time I was thinking that this must be winning. But when I went home and I checked the game, I was probably like worse the entire time.
Yeah, true. I heard a similar story from Maurice Ashley once. He was like, I was thinking like this is one of my best games of my life. I will definitely show it to my students later on and whatever. He went back and the engine shows 0.00.
Yeah, that's the worst. Anytime you think you have a good game, you go home and check the game, and then it's almost like you don't know chess.
Yeah,
it has happened so many times. But yeah, after rook e6, I think bishop f3 seems obvious, but I think he's probably thinking of a way to not
give the queen. Yeah, maybe if there's some way. Yeah, true.
Maybe something like rook d8 probably is another option.
Ask him the question where you want to go.
Maybe queen takes d8. I think rook takes, bishop takes, rook takes, h takes, bishop d8. Yeah, bishop d8, bishop f3 probably is good because you want to eliminate the opposite colored bishops, and now knight c2. Probably he's evaluating this position too here because black does seem to get a pawn.
He played rook d8. Wow, he played this.
He did play rook d8.
Yeah.
So I think he's probably thinking whether this position is good. But you see here, black has little chance to win in comparison to the other variation because you see white has a bishop. And can you put up the position, the last one we were just discussing with knight c2? I think this is
happened. Okay. I think he's also listening to you. Yeah, you said, can we put up the last position? He's like, oh, wait a second, dude. Okay, I'll do it. Don't worry. He's going to put it up right now.
Forced, honestly. I think it's all forced because you'll have to capture everything. But in the end position, even though black has the advantage, there should be many different ways to sort of trick your opponent and get equality because white has a bishop, and generally when pawns are on both sides of the board, it favors the bishop because of its long range.
Also, for
So
now, all these pawns are on dark squares, so there's a possibility you might lose a one or two. So always keep in mind. But yeah, I think black should be in control overall.
yeah, I mean, this is, I mean, a position you play for two results.
Hmm.
There is no there is no chance for black to ever be in trouble.
Hmm.
But I think white has decent chance of equalizing here
Yeah. How is
because
Hans doing? Somebody is asking. I don't think Hans will play in the Indian Chess Tour. I don't think we've gone that far yet. So probably not Hans. Yeah. So I think we have this position, and I think Aditya is probably going to win a second game. So that will be an insane start to his tournament. Maybe we can have a look at some of the game now and see how they are doing. So maybe we can go to the game of Setu and Nubair, which was very interesting earlier. And that happened, yeah. So we left it at queen c5. He got the knight to d4, and the bishop is now really passive. Yeah, kind of compensates white a little bit. So rook comes to b2, rook to a3, rook
ah,
b7. Okay. Yeah, so white
yeah, why?
definitely kind of activated some pieces clearly.
Mm-hmm. I
And the
think
king is
this doesn't look as bad for white anymore.
yeah, yeah.
Um, yeah, I think this whole decision with Queen C5 turned out to be quite nice. I think instead of C6, maybe Rook B2, like we were discussing, was perhaps
Hmm,
slightly
hmm, hmm.
stronger. But now, okay, the problem I think initially was that White's rooks wasn't active. So now with the rook coming to A6 and the other rook, getting access to either A3 or B3, I think Rook B3 is better. If
But
you want to sort
what do you feel about this move, rook d3? No, like it kind of scares me a little bit with the king on f1. And maybe there might be some issues. Yeah, I'm not
No,
sure about this move.
I think it's logical because you want to go
Hmm,
rook b3 next to sort of
hmm, hmm,
exchange
hmm,
the
hmm,
active rook, and once you're able to do that, okay, white has a good knight. Black's
hmm,
bishop
hmm,
isn't particularly active anymore. It's not on f5. Remember the
hmm,
whole sort of structure works if you have access
hmm,
on the b file. So that's now
hmm.
gone.
True, true,
So
true, true.
I think white has sort of good practical chances here. Even though I think with correct play it should be equal, but I think white does have more chances here. So yeah, I think
Hmm.
the time
Uh, this
situation also
this
seems to
check
be.
scared me a little bit because my king is rather, all these three pieces being on this diagonal was a bit optically scary, maybe, but I don't think there's any way for the bishop to come here. So it's
Yeah,
probably fine.
just rook a5 or something. Just don't take the
Yeah.
pawn.
Yeah.
And now
Somebody's
this
asking how is the beast doing? Yeah, this position I think still is roughly balanced, right?
you mean Adivan's game?
I mean Nubair's game, Nubair and Setu, I think this should be balanced roughly still.
Yeah.
I
This
think
this
this
is
b1.
balanced, but as I said, I think I prefer having white here because
Hmm.
the pieces are active, and in the long term, the knight is probably better because it's on such a
Hmm.
nice square.
True, true.
So even knight
So
b3, so it's probably that's a
yeah.
bit strange because I was thinking something like rook a5 and just bring the other rook
Yeah,
to
yeah,
b.
yeah, exactly. Yes, exactly.
Also, knight b3 sort of allows bishop f5, and that's something that I mean, maybe not now, but in the long run, it
Hmm.
allows bishop f5. So that's something I'm not a huge fan of. So
Maybe
maybe
it's
like rook
a
g1.
repetition of yeah. Oh, he
No, rook
plays rook
g1.
g1.
Yeah, yeah. Because now if king
Yeah.
f3, then there is bishop f5 and bishop e4 check.
Oof, that will be. And if you lose this pawn, then you lose the game, yeah, because these pawns are
Yeah.
so far advanced. That's the advantage of gaining space, right? So you lose one, you lose h3, and then the h pawn queens very quickly. You have no time to stop it.
Yeah, basically. I think removing the knight on d4 was not a good decision because
Hmm.
as soon as the bishop gets active, and I think white
Hmm.
is losing a pawn here by force.
Hmm.
So yeah, this is not looking so good for Nubair now.
Yep, yep, yep. All it takes is one move. And by the way, people asking about the beast. The beast is playing Abhimanyu, and his position. I'm not so. This pawn is a very interesting piece. So I don't know what to think about it, to be honest. It's rather an interesting piece for me. Hmm.
Mm-hmm. It's I think it's a bit difficult to say, but I think it's not as dangerous
Yeah.
I think it's way too advanced.
Hmm.
And it does. I mean, if there were more pieces on the board, maybe the pawn could be protected. But now it doesn't look like that to me. Because you know what generally happens is you take the pawn on d3 and black will take the pawn on f4 and the position will
Yeah.
be equal. So
Yeah.
this is how it will probably go.
Yep. He plays rook d4, and now this is going to be difficult to hold on to. So, yeah, most likely I would say a draw.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a draw.
And we had many results in the first round. The results are not coming as quickly now, so people are kind of getting into form. And yeah, he gives a check, probably rook d1 to save the pawn.
Yeah, rook d1 or maybe rook a4 also seems interesting.
Yeah, true. He plays rook
Here
d1.
goes rook d1. He's listening to you.
Okay, maybe that's not the best advice. Listening to me, maybe that's not the best advice. Okay, but for now the pawn is saved. At least safe for now.
No, I mean, you have your moments. You say, as a London lover, I can never not not take that
Yeah,
into
true.
consideration.
And the king is now coming up to join and capture this pawn. By the way, if let's say we pick up this pawn for free, do you think white has genuine winning chances here?
If you keep the rooks, then yeah, but without the rooks, no, because
Hmm.
black can just set up a like a blockade on the light squares, and the
Hmm.
bishop won't be able to access it.
Hmm.
So it will just be some sort of a fortress. So maybe like if you just push f5 g6 and you'll just move the knight
Hmm.
up and down, and I think it'll just be
Hmm.
difficult. I don't think he will give up the pawn so easy. Okay, he played g4. Interesting.
Okay, not something.
Now just takes and rook g1.
Yeah, true.
Maybe
True.
g5 then. Then you're sort of playing again with the rook, so maybe not as nice. But yeah, the position is
Because I was
definitely.
worried that once you play g4, then king e3 becomes a bit. You have to play g5, which gives light squares away. So I wasn't sure.
I
But
mean, definitely the position is. I mean, I think he's going for f5 check rather. If you go rook
okay.
g1, then f5 check I think is the idea because he
Hmm.
wants to sort of dominate
Takes.
the light
Okay.
squares. Yeah, so maybe now, yeah, difficult to say. Maybe rook h1. Rook
Okay.
h1 and just if you take on d3, I play rook h3 and I just take. Yeah, okay. Did he play rook h1?
Let me
Or they're
just
still
check. No,
thinking.
not yet. Not yet. Not yet. Not yet. Okay, they are
Yeah,
running
rook
low on
h1
time now. Adiban is 50 seconds, by the way. 50 seconds for Adiban, 3 minutes for Puranik.
Yeah, I mean the position should this should be a draw. I mean, even with the rooks, I mean black should be able to hold, but without the rooks, there is no way to sort of break the fortress because you cannot control the light squares.
By the way, Harshit is the only result thus far. Leon apparently is completely winning. Maybe we should have a look at Leon's game and see how he's doing. And yeah, that beautiful love story I told you about, like beautiful game where you put the bishops on the long diagonals.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this rook is rather awkwardly placed now. And for now, it's pinned, but I don't think that will be the case for long.
No, you're losing queen f5, no? Just
Yeah, queen. Exactly. I was thinking c5, but queen if I just lose the piece. Exactly. Yeah.
queen f5, just over. Now just
What?
okay. There's queen f2 check sort of which you need to watch out
Yeah,
for.
I again forgot about this queen. I was like, what, queen
So
f8
now
over, but
just
again, it's
c5,
unfortunate.
yeah. Just c5 is
Yeah,
equal.
c5 now.
If white just moved the queen, then queen f2 would have been very, very strong.
Yeah,
Yes.
by the way, that was interesting. Yeah, so if you move the queen, I don't know, let's say g4, then queen f2, and this would be rather unfortunate.
Yeah.
Yeah, he resigns. So Mitraba has resigned and Leon wins his game. That takes him to 4 out of 6 points. He's in the lead along with Arunya Ghosh. So 2 results so far. Let's go to the game of maybe which game shall we go to? All games
How
are
about
interesting.
Ganguly? Ganguly also
Okay.
seems to be winning.
Okay, let's go to Surya's game. Yes. Okay, so he's playing Webov. Webov having a very, very unique rating 2600. Well rounded off. He definitely does not like to calculate too much in terms of mathematics. I would say chess calculation is pretty awesome. Yeah, so this is a big threat. He plays knight h5, but I think this is
Yeah, just
over.
queen
Yeah,
f7 check first,
check.
and then
Yeah,
then just take.
yeah.
There's also queen e6 check. There's everything is winning.
Hmm.
Yeah, so I think this is going to be finished very, very quickly.
For a minute, I thought, what is Karan Johar doing in a chess stream? You never know. Yeah, he likes to experiment many things. He likes to experiment with new people in the movie community. He tries many things. So I wouldn't say he wouldn't enter chess. For sure, he can. I have big faith. Every stream of mine is the
So
audition for a movie.
Sahil,
Yeah.
SL lost, yeah?
Yeah, SL, I think, just lost. I think that was kind of expected to us for a while. And if you look
Yeah.
at the final position, well, one of these pawns is queening, and there's nothing the bishop can do about it. And well, Aditya having a great start. Aditya and Surya, by the way, are the only players so far on a perfect score. So that's interesting.
What a great start for Aditya, by the way.
Yeah,
I mean,
insane.
amazing.
Yeah, insane. So we go to the game of Karthik and Murli once, because that game is also looking interesting. We have this extra pawn for white, but for now it can be captured. But the king is also rather awkwardly placed. He plays 95, attacking the rook.
Yeah, just defend the rook probably to maybe rook e7. Black is 2 pawns down, so doesn't look very nice for black. I think because the rooks are so active.
Actually, it's 2 pawns down. Yeah, my bad. I don't know why I was imagining the f pawn somewhere. True.
Oh yeah.
Now it's one.
Yeah, but I think here, okay, now it is holdable, but yeah, I mean, considering the time, it's anybody's game, yeah. I think it should be equal though. Without the knights and with just one rook, I think it's a theoretical draw. So yeah, I think I mean, black's knight seems to be quite nicely placed, because you can also go knight d3 and knight f4 to attack like the g2 pawn.
Yes.
And yeah, I mean, I think black is sort of out of problems for now.
Yeah. So black should hold this. Yeah, the rook and knight, as you mentioned, both are very active. So it definitely, and yeah, it feels unlikely white winning. Oh, by the way, what do you think on knight g4?
I was just thinking that, because it seems like a very interesting pawn structure, and I do like white's position there.
Yeah, because this is because now my king comes here, and I'm not so sure, because if this pawn was, this is like a separate pawn, so it kind of makes it a bit difficult for black.
I mean, I'm sure the position is, it should be equal, but I think it's difficult to play this over the board. But also, like, if you're, I mean, knight g4 is something you can play at any moment. So I think he's just, I think rook a3 makes sense, because he's sort of, playing some moves now, and then probably in a couple of moves he will go knight g4 to just go into the other structure. So he's not like, committing immediately, because he wants to probably make his opponent suffer a little bit more.
Black, of course, has huge dreams of a fine day, but I don't think that much is going to happen. Most likely a draw. I am going to presume.
I liked how you phrased that.
Yeah, phrasing is everything nowadays. I mean, you could say this king is trying to attack. You could say this king is in a pin. I think it's all about perspective, maybe.
Yeah.
By the way, Adiban drew his game. So the position we saw with that extra pawn on d3, that ended in a draw. So Adiban has drawn his game. We can have a look at the final position. Yeah, this knight on f5 just kind of is untouchable, and these double pawns don't make it easy for white to create any breakthrough. So that was a draw. So Adiban and Abhimanyu both, getting on the leaderboard there. I think, by the way, the game we saw at the start has kind of ripened up, and now Setu seems to be winning.
Yeah, Setu is completely winning. Yeah, because I think since he made that mistake of giving up the g2 pawn, I think Setu has converted quite nicely from that point. So now it's lost. There should be a resignation soon.
Yeah. Very calm. I like this. Like, just exchanging rooks, and then just rook b2 and queens, and very calm
even
play.
rook c2. I mean, I think rook c2.
Yeah, rook c2, rook c2.
I mean, rook b2 is also winning, but I think rook c2 is
yes.
just to make sure the c pawn doesn't promote.
Out of curiosity,
Yeah,
this might also work, right?
yeah,
Okay.
that is also nice.
Just
That's
out of
also
curiosity.
great.
So even that works. So yeah, I think Sethuraman also starting off well. Which other game is remaining? I think Sethuraman will win. By the way, just to update the results, Surya has won against Vaibhav. Leon has won against Mitraba. Aditya, well, spectacular victory there against SL. Adiban has drawn against Puranik. And we have 2 games. And also, by the way, Raja lost to Arunik. That was unfortunate, blundering a piece. We have 3 games going on. We have Indian against Bharat. We have, well, Nubair against Sethu. And we have Karthikeyan against Pranav. I think this game will finish very quickly. So let's stick with it. Arvind is not playing this one, Soham, unfortunately. Okay, I think it's
So in Karthikeyan's position, okay, Setu has won now, yeah. So
yeah, Sethu won. Sethu won.
Setu won. So I think Karthikeyan's position now is interesting because we have a 4 versus 3 rook endgame, which it's just it's like it's something one of the, after studying the the basic endgames of like Philator and Lucina and whatnot. So this is like the next thing you go to study 4 versus 3 endgames, and this is like an example of this. Although black's pawn is generally on the f file instead of the e file. So I think this kind of structure favors white because the pawn being isolated. So, but it's still difficult for white to make improvement because white's pawns are on g3 and h3.
Yeah, they are supporting each other. Yeah,
not sort of make it difficult for the king to like get access. So h4 is on the board, and I think now probably it's now with 3 pawns, 3 versus 2, it's the more pawns you exchange, the easier it becomes to draw this. So I think now it's probably not so difficult to.
I still have dreams. A king can dream. It's still possible. My vision is still possible, but most likely not.
I was thinking instead of taking on h4, maybe it would have been better to let white take on g5.
Yeah. Even I was thinking, maybe just keep it there. But I think he feels both are equally good. Yeah, I assume, because I just don't see how. Yeah, I just don't see how. Yeah, he tries to win the king to f4 or g4. But most
white
likely
is saying even white has dreams. Yeah.
You might have your own, but mine are Thanks, Shivasan bhai. So many players are not playing, but I think the thing is there are 4 legs and you will have players qualifying to the final event happening, so it's going to be epic regardless. And we also have many strong players playing. Leon, by the way, was the guy who missed out on the Olympia team barely. Then so SL played in the A team, so there's still a lot to play for. And of course, the first player directly gets to the main event, and you also have top 8 call, and you'll have the top 4 playing in the final event as well. So that will be crazy in November, I think. So King G4.
So this is getting harder and harder.
Yeah, I don't know. Somehow, I'm not sure about Rook E3. I don't know why. I just.
Yeah, I mean, Rook B5 is very thematic in these positions to defend from the rank, and not the file. I remember even I could be wrong, but in that very famous game of Piquet and Kasparov, it's one of the first things you learn in the 4 versus 3. I think Kasparov made the same mistake of defending from behind, and I think he should have defended from the rank, but I could be wrong about this. I have a memory of a goldfish, so don't. Wait,
over, right?
This is lost. This is lost.
This is lost. Rook F3, this pawn game is really lost, yeah?
Yeah, so this is again a very important endgame. So this is called the Bahar's rule. So when you take on F3, black takes on, white takes back, and king E5. So now what you should do is a very easy way to understand this. So Sahil, can you draw an arrow from the pawn on H5 to the squared on F7? H5, yeah?
Yes.
Square to F7 and then all the way to the diagonal to A2. Okay, so this is called the Bahar's rule. So if white's pawn is either on the diagonal or below the diagonal, then the position is winning. But if it's ahead of the diagonal, then the position is a draw. So obviously the pawn is on E4, so this is very, very easy.
And yeah, he resigns. So Karthikeyan as well. And
it is crazy that he managed to win, a 4 versus 3 endgame. Goes to show that when you have time pressure, anything is possible.
True. I think we have finished all the games. We can have a look at the results now. So, and the standings. That will be very interesting to see who all won the game and then went to the top. So we had a couple of blunders there. We had a couple of draw end games ending in wins, and overall we only had a couple of draws, by the way. So
Yeah,
Aruna
same
Ghosh
as-
winning against Raja. That was a clear piece blunder. Yeah, you were saying, Sahaj?
No, I was saying that it's the I mean, never mind. It was just the same. What you just repeated that. But anyways,
Okay.
you were saying?
Yeah, so I think Leon playing pretty well. He's my favorite from this tournament. But anyways, Surya, by the way, against we have a couple of them missing there, but I think Adiban, by the way, very important point there to get on the charts now. I think that definitely helps you. We've seen in cricket as well. Sometimes unless you get that one run, you sometimes can have a lot of dot balls. So he gets that point. And I think it's time to look at the standings and see how it's going. Because after all, I think whosoever is leading after day one definitely, has done half his job in some ways. And we have, I think there's a couple of results missing there, but overall Aditya at the top. And I'll let you know the standing stats. Surya is also on 6 out of 6, and so is Murli Karthikeyan. So 3 players on 6 out of 6. And that means round 3 will be very interesting to see who will take the final lead after round 3. So,
I think
maybe
a
we can
fantastic performance by Aditya Mittal so far.
Yeah,
I'm
true,
very
true.
impressed with that.
True.
No, I saw him in Dubai, and actually we played a lot of foosball together. Do you know foosball?
Yeah.
So he's actually a very good player in foosball as well. So we managed to take down basically everybody else. So he's an amazing defender. So I think a fantastic performance, I think, from Aditya Mittal. Definitely one for the books. I think Setu's game was also quite interesting today.
Yeah. And I really like that Leon game. Yeah, 2 bishops again, like just smooth victory. So with this chat, I think the standings will most likely have maybe a solo winner by the end of the next round, maybe at the end of the day. So we'll be back in just a few minutes with round 3 chat. Stay tuned.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the endgame with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Silecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
I'm ahead of the game. Well, the phone is always ringing. I'm caught up on the line. Got a string around my finger. Remember who am I? I'm a boss and I'm honestly off my rocker, but follow me. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. I'm only ever slinging. I'm working overtime. Got a song and I'm the singer, the melody, the vibe. I'm a prodigy.
Hi everyone, welcome to our new video series. My name is Jan Gustafsson and I'm thrilled to be reunited with fellow Magnus Carlsen's trainers, seconds, Peter Heine Nielsen, Magnus Carlsen's head coach, and Laurent Fressinet, Magnus Carlsen's French coach, are both here, and we will be going through the World Championship match 2021. Our experiences with it, the games, what we prepared, where we felt things went well, where we felt things didn't go well. Peter, we have different perspectives because we were in different locations.
Very much. I'm looking forward to talking to you guys about it because you were in Thailand during all the match and I was in Dubai with Magnus and his non-chess team. So I see some kind of debriefing where we will discuss what was the mood in Dubai, what was happening in the technical department in Thailand, and we got to sort of basically compare notes and get the two kind of inside looks from the match.
Very much so. And Laurent, we are actually in your private home. Thanks for having us.
It's a big pleasure to welcome both of you, and I'm sure it will be interesting to talk to you guys about the match.
Likewise.
So we hope you guys enjoy the series with our behind the scenes insights. See you then.
I kept Chessable a secret for 3 years at least, and I was using it for myself. And I, maybe never expected how big it would become. I have always been into games, and I think games are fun ways to pass your time. Sometimes they can be educational as well, but I think chess is the perfect game that has it all. It's a game that not only entertains you, but also teaches you about life skills, from things like time management to the consequences of your moves or your actions. Once you make a move, you cannot take it back. I really fell in love with the game. And of course, given my competitive nature, I wanted to get better at it. And I found it extremely difficult after watching countless videos and reading some books. You would put in all that effort, and then when you get to the board, it's like it all disappeared, all vanished, and you performed at the exact same level you were before that. And I looked around for a solution that could perhaps use the latest technology, the latest learning science out there to help you learn chess, and there was nothing. So that's how the idea was born. I've been building things since I was 14, and I always enjoy bringing a community together around a product. And we got a lot of energy from the chess community as well. Really from day one, when we announced Chessable, there was thousands of people who thought this was a good idea that had to be realized. And they've been fantastic with words of encouragement, support, advice, ideas on how to improve the product. And I believe they've been listened to over these years, and Chessable is exactly what that initial community wanted. And it's part of our product process to actually keep listening to them going forward into the next years. Chessable is definitely a product that was built by players.
Hello, chat. We are back for round 3, and you know what? We are going to have a very exciting match between Aditya Mittal and the beast Adiban, because Aditya Mittal is on fire. मतलब literally आग लगा के रखी हुई है, and we have Adiban playing with the black pieces against Aditya, and this is an all-important match for both players. We also have Sethu against SL, I think, and we'll have a couple of very, very interesting games. So we'll follow this game, and we'll have to see at the end of round 3 who will be leading. Winner of this leg gets an invitation, yes. And also there's also a final event at the end, so winner of each will qualify directly. And there's a huge prize fund, direct qualification. We saw how Prag won this event and got so, he won the qualification and played the main CCT event and got a chance to defeat Carlsen. This is a great opportunity for everyone here. Even AD, came third last time, qualified by bending space and time and went to the main event and played there. Even though he did not have the best performance, he got a great experience and he's trying there again. And chat, who do you think will win? Yeah, Aditya or AD? Let me know. Shri should win this leg. Yeah, I assume you mean not Srinath, because he's definitely not here. And next would be Sethu against SL, would also be an interesting game. The games are going to begin soon. AD definitely looking at the clock. Okay, how many minutes should I take to defeat this guy? Probably 3. 3 would not be enough. Probably 4. He's still thinking, yeah. Okay, I'll give the kid 5. I don't know. Okay, just making stuff up at this moment. Okay, we have liftoff in few of the games. I think Sethu's games has begun. And by the way, there, you might see some fluctuations in the live board. It's just I'm doing some black magic there. It works sometimes. Let's wait for this game to start. Okay, it has started. Oh, okay. So interesting setup there by Adiban. Usually in my head, this is not a great opening, but Carlsen said it's a great opening, so you can't really counter him there. Knight goes to h3.
Especially against G3 setups.
Yeah.
This line is quite decent.
Yeah.
So this is the stone wall, obviously. A very aggressive opening, I think, for the black side. Again, black is here to win. Yeah, Adiban is obviously going for the win here.
Yeah,
it's going to be a very interesting match, I think, because I think Aditya is clearly in form, and AD I think is always in form.
Yeah. Yeah. Yo, Basant Bhai and Shubham Bhai, do you think? Yeah. You know what? This word has become really popular nowadays, and it's just being thrown around without any thought process. I'm sure the sale of this product has increased, probably not in India, but in other countries. But I don't think so, Shubham Bhai. By the way, do you think he'll first play bishop f4 here and trade the bishops, or does he directly try to bring the knight to f4?
So I think he will probably castle first, and then I think knight f4, knight d3, bishop f4. Maybe bishop f4 also seems quite nice. It depends on how black plays, honestly. Like if black plays something like h6, then I think it is good to play knight f4, so you don't, the knight doesn't get stuck on h3. So right now there is nothing forcing the white knight to move at the moment. So if something like h6 comes, then it becomes sort of forced. Otherwise, white can take his time.
True. And by the way, this looks okay. Black is still thinking. And Adiban, by the way, I think in the last match, he came back at the end very effectively. He started off well, had a bit of a low middle, and then came back again. So he would have that faith in himself that he can win this event. And his opening choice definitely tells me that usually. And he also played some weird openings last time. So we'll see. I think he's definitely going for some, not the main lines, I would say. And he's thinking as of now.
But AD usually plays like that, no?
Yeah, for sure. But I think because he's not had the best of. Yeah.
No, popularized 1b3, I remember, for such a long time.
True. Maybe we can switch games quickly. And which game shall we go to? I think there are a lot of interesting games. Maybe we can go to the game. Oh, by the way, Raja's game, I'm very curious because the start he has had, it will not be easy for him somehow. I just wanted to have a brief look here, how he's doing. 1 game disconnection, 1 game piece blunder, not a good start. I hope he can definitely come back here. And the other important game was Sethu against SL. Now the pieces are jumping. It's very interesting to click. So what do you think about this position, Sahaj? Basant is asking, Sahil Bhai, what do you think about Fide's decision on the one hand taking a stand against? Okay, I think it's very hard to comment on that, Basant Bhai, because there's a lot of things going on behind the scenes. So we don't know for sure. But I think many things are left hanging in the air as of now. We'll have more information on many fronts coming up in the next week or two. So we'll see how it progresses. I think you can just join Twitter. You'll have all the up-to-date information and gossip available there. I'll be there as well to join you. Don't worry. Okay, so nice e3 played now. And SL is still thinking. Now SL coming after a loss. It's very important for...
100% he has prepared this G3 setup. Yeah, this is the second time we're seeing this G3 setup being employed against the semi-Slav. So definitely this is also still maybe part of some prep. Although it doesn't, the timestamp doesn't say that. But I think he has prepped something here.
True. And Sethu is known to be well prepared, as you mentioned earlier. However, SL is a very strong contender. And last time he was like played really well, like really well. But of course, not easy to beat Setu with the black pieces at all.
I mean, yeah, I mean, especially in these types of positions, it's quite hard.
B6 played, the bishop will come here most likely next. Looks normal.
So
By the way,
H4 is like it's an interesting movie. Maybe we should mention the idea. So like you want to firstly, I mean, you have the idea of knight g5 always. So and H4 sort of supports that. And in the long run, when you sort of break with E4 and stuff, then the knight on g5 gets this extra support because of the pawn on H4. It's a sort of a positional move where it helps in the long term. And also it doesn't commit anything on the queen side as well. So I think it's quite a smart move on also quite thematic in these positions as well. Okay, so b6 on the board. Did he play that?
Yes, b6 on the board. Yes.
Yeah, tough to say here. I'm thinking something like b3. But maybe you should wait for bishop a6. So it's tough to play this because you have to sort of make positional moves that are not too committing here.
True.
So maybe he's considering maybe, I don't know, rook c1 or b3. Maybe rook d1 also looks interesting because you might want to go e4 at some stage. Yeah, tough to say. This is already quite a complicated position from the opening.
By the way, I think Karthikeyan apparently has a slightly better position. I just had a brief look. Let's have a look at the game. It seems to be a very standard position, but apparently, yeah, I just feel this knight not being developed might be an issue here. You might end up with this isolated pawn, which might be a problem, yeah?
Oh no, I think yeah, maybe bishop takes d4 is not.
Bishop b7, rook b8.
I think the whole idea of knight d4 didn't make a lot of sense. Usually when you play queen d4, na Sahil, you want to go queen h4. That's the idea. So in the position on, I think, on move 10, move 9. So when black played knight c6, in that position you want to go queen to h4 and not to d2. That's the standard in this position.
Which game are you referring to?
The Abhimanyu versus
okay.
the one in front of you. So like the move 9. So after knight c6, you want to go like queen to h4 or queen to f4. So like queen to d2 is not standard here. So usually you don't get d5. So if the queen was on h4, for example, then d5 ideas don't work because you have this queen on h4, which is like attacking on the king side. You can always take on g7 and go knight g5 ideas, something like that. I mean, of course, there has to be a proper way to make this work, but this is like the general reason why queen h4 is probably stronger here. I think queen d2 was, I think, an opening inaccuracy here. Oh, he played did he play d takes c4 in this
No,
position?
not yet.
That's a very difficult move to find.
Yeah, this is, I had help apparently from something from the Silicon Master, and it apparently is a move. Very difficult to play, to be honest. But other than that, I think it looks pretty standard. I think as long as white can draw this knight quickly, I think it looks pretty normal.
Yeah, I'm liking the move. I'm also liking the move e5 quite a lot. What do you think about that, Sahil?
So your idea is after bishop e5?
Then knight e4.
Knight e4, yes. Yeah, again, that knight causing issues. Yeah, the rook is almost trapped literally on a1.
Yeah.
By the way, did this happen? No, that did not happen yet. Not yet.
No, he
so
played
probably I just come back, yeah? I just come back.
Yeah, and then e4.
Still, okay. Interesting.
Okay, so he played queen d7 already on the board.
Okay, he played queen d7. Makes sense. He wants to get the rooks connected, get the rooks to the open files. But now I think white is probably okay, yeah?
Yeah, now this is fine. But okay, the advantage that white had, from the sort of like the first move, you have a slight advantage, and that advantage is gone. I think largely because the f3 knight is now exchanged. sort of unnecessarily, more or less, because you had to play knight d4 after d5. So the knight on f3 is quite important here, not just for the king side attack, but also because it maintains tension, and also black's knight on b8. That's what black usually struggles to develop that to a proper place, because in c6 you'll block the bishop, on d7 you'll block the queen. So I think I think black's position looks extremely comfortable to me here.
Quickly switching to the Adiban Aditya game, the knight has come to f4 and the king is on f1. That's interesting, to say the least. That's very interesting. Maybe we should have a look at how it happened.
A bit dangerous also against someone like Adiban.
Yeah. Okay, he gave okay, bishop b4 check happened. And regardless of if you play, then the d4 pawn might hang. So he just played king f1 instead. And of course, black had to waste a couple of tempi. So white is arguing that, okay, it's an even trade. Queen e7. And now white is thinking.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it could have been avoided by something like a3 before taking the pawn on c4. Maybe like on knight c6, maybe something like a3. But yeah, and now queen c4. But I doubt if his idea, I doubt if white actually minds not castling in this position, because you can technically play moves like h4, and the rook might be better suited on h1 in this case. Something like knight d3, bishop f4. I think keeping the rook on h1 is maybe not the best, not the worst idea, because you also want to go h5, h6 at some stage, and the rook on h1 will become valuable.
Yeah. And yeah, for now, the king is pretty safe. Yeah, no breakthroughs for black. If black can, I don't know, manage e5 on a good day, maybe something happens. But even then, it's probably fine for white.
Yeah, but see, this is where sort of the h4 idea comes into play. So like, let's
and he plays it. He plays it.
Yeah. So like, see, imagine if you played king h8 in this position, right? To try and get e5. Now h5 is so dangerous because knight g6 check. So now you can never play e5 because of knight g6 check. And
True.
Yeah, this just looks a bit dangerous. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting game, quite complex, I think, from both sides.
And Aditya is not worried at all about his position. Yeah, he's fully confident putting the king on f1. So his confidence is pretty high. That really helps.
Yeah, 100%. I think at h4, h5, bishop e3, and yeah. As if black doesn't get, look, one thing we can establish is that if black doesn't get like e5 or c5 break, then the position doesn't usually become, it's not clear. It doesn't become equal. So you need to get e5 or c5 here in some way. So e5 is out of question, and c5, okay, your knight is on c6, so that's not going to happen either.
Yeah. He just plays bishop d7 instead. I guess that's normal. You develop the pieces, connect the rooks. But what next, I think, is the important question. Like, you've developed your pieces, kind of. So what next?
AD
versus AD. I think,
right?
kind of. AD versus AD, kind of.
So I think there's the idea of knight b4 perhaps, and maybe bishop like a6 and bishop b5, something like that.
Yes.
Or also knight b4 and like c5, or knight b4 and knight d5. I think the ideas are revolving around knight b4 for me. Because I think without it, you cannot get c5 or e5. So maybe bishop d2 for white makes sense.
True. Controlling,
bishop d2 for
kind
white
of controlling the square.
But I could be wrong here, because you can also play a5. But yeah, what do you think about just pushing h5 in this case? He didn't play. Yeah, so what do you think about pushing maybe h5 in this position as white?
Yeah,
just
that would
for the
be
h6 idea.
Yeah, that would be great. Keeping an eye on this e5 break for a while. And although the question is, how strong is this move? Do I need to take care of it or not? That is something interesting. I think something happened though. He played the move knight to g5 instead, not going for any of the moves. So,
So, can he play bishop e8? No, bishop e8 doesn't work because the e6 pawn becomes weak then. And also bishop e8 doesn't, I mean, maybe you want to go bishop f7, but the pawn on e6 will just be gone. Even if I didn't play knight g5, the pawn on e6 would be hanging. The knight g5 is interesting. I think he's going for the throat immediately. So black needs to like have some resources, maybe like b5 or something, because black needs to urgently sort of get the queen out of that diagonal. Because without the queen, the knights are just, knights are not really that as useful. So
Yeah.
maybe something like b5 should be coming fairly soon. But okay, it's difficult to play this position as black, because black, it seems like black is under a lot of attack.
He plays a normal move though. He just defends the pawn for now. But yeah. I think if black can somehow manage this on a good day, that might really liberate his pieces, but I just don't see it happening. And that really makes it difficult. Like now h5, yeah? Again, the same move maybe.
Yeah, h5. But I think if he wanted to play h5, I doubt if he would have gone knight g5. Those
True.
ideas don't like sort of match together. I mean,
Yeah, the
just
knight
the
becomes a bit
practical.
loose now. Yeah, true.
It's a more of a practical feeling that I have. I think I don't think he's considering the idea of h5 in this position. But I think after h5, h6, for example, like the knight on g5 will sort of become like an outpost. That g5 square will become an outpost. So, and that's a very dangerous square for the, that's a very dangerous situation for the black king. Okay, so
He
he
plays
goes
bishop
bishop
d2.
d2.
He plays d2. He plays your move. And now basically he's trying to maybe even put the bishop on c3 and completely control this, although you have to take care of this maybe. Also this rook, where would you place this? Long term, by the way, this king is still, now I'm kind of feeling, okay, I wish I could just play king g1 and put the rook on f1, maybe.
I don't know. I still prefer keeping the rook on h1 because of the h5 idea. But yeah, I'm sure black should be looking for b5 ideas soon. I think it's your way to sort of relieve yourself off of this mess. Because after b5, let's say, if the queen moves away to b3 or something, then you can just take the pawn, and if d3, then there must
Can you
be
take
no.
this?
I was talking queen b3.
Okay.
b3 something. So just to maintain yourself on the diagonal, then the knight d4 is hanging, and if queen d3 instead, then I'm thinking maybe e5. Although you have to calculate this like very very clearly before you play it, but it feels like it's working, because if black is not blundering anything here, then
Yeah, true.
opening up with e5 will definitely give a good position.
Yoshitbai, how are you? Yeah, that's true, because black's pieces are developed, fully. It's just that they're not able to kind of play actively, and the king is a bit awkward because white's rook is on a1, the king is, the rooks are not connected. So there are certain elements which can favor black as well, but yeah. Maybe we
b5
can
on the
switch.
board.
Okay, my bad. Let's go back to game.
b5 on the
b5
board.
on the board.
I think this is getting very interesting now. Very very interesting now.
Well, I think AD from b5 is kind of expected. Yeah, I think once you see it, he will play it. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's his style.
Yeah, definitely. I think it became very very interesting now. Oh, I think Mitraba is completely winning.
Yes, I was about to go to that game. So Mitraba is apparently winning against Nober. Yeah, this looks lost. Queen against bishop and rook. Even though sometimes you can coordinate them well, and black does have an outside pass pawn, I just don't see it happening. Yeah, here.
No. Like here, you only survive if you can sort of build a fortress.
Yeah.
I think having an isolated pawn doesn't really help black as much, because the
Yeah,
isolated
true.
pawn doesn't help with the fortress. So, and you also have the knights, so it's going to be very difficult for black to hold this.
Yeah.
You
So
can
I
go
think
even slow here, like a3, even something a3, b4, knight f5, very very slow.
Yeah.
So I think
And
very good position. I think nearly winning for Mitraba already.
yeah, Mitraba is a beast. Yeah, he plays really fast, as you can see on the clock as well. 11 and a half in 7 minutes. So that's a huge edge. Yeah, I was also thinking of this move, Queen F1, just to kind of, get rid of this rook. It's kind of irritating. Maybe even then push it further back with Queen G1. But once this rook goes back, then I will slowly try to enter. Division Queen G2, attack this pawn. If this pawn falls, then I just push these pawns, yeah? But
Yeah,
okay, I
100%.
think there might be 100 ways to win this.
Yeah,
So Mitrava should.
I'm not. I think I would only exchange the knight here if, I'm getting something more than a pawn. So I think if you remove the knight, then the probability of creating a fortress increases by a lot.
So where would the pawns be for the fortress? Let's say you play Oh, okay.
So what?
Okay, that changes things. Okay, we will discuss 2 point then. That
Yeah.
completely
So
changes stuff.
yeah, I think he's going. So interestingly, there is actually a fortress with bishop and knight against the queen that actually works as well. But it's a one in a sort of a million position that actually is a draw. But the position works if you have just a king and a queen, and black has just a king, bishop, and a knight.
Yeah.
Need
Bishop
to
G2, knight E4, something like this, right?
Yeah, bishop should be on G7, knight should be on E5, and king should be on H8. That sort of builds a fortress around the thing. But yeah, I mean that's impossible here nearly because there is so many pawns present.
Yeah, Amrish Bhai, what about Harshit Aja's beloved 69th GM? It's not a good day for the 69th GM, I have to admit. The first game he lost by disconnection. Second game he lost with a blunder. So not the day for Harshit so far. And this one I think Mitrava will convert comfortably. Maybe we can have a brief look at Harshit. Now that his name has come up, let's have a look at his game.
This game also is looking very nice for him.
Yeah, and somehow, even though you kind of see some similar ideas here, although there's no knight coming to G6, but queen comes to F7. But now you just take, just take everything, and this pawn can be weak and probably a better end game. Probably maybe not completely winning something just yet, but for sure.
No, but you're basically playing for two results.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, you've like your white seems to be better because you have more activity in the position, and after rook c5, bc5, you sort of have a weakness on c5 as well. So yeah, I think not a great day for Harshit so far.
And I think we have one result already. That is between Abhimanyu and Karthikeyan. So that is one draw already. For some reason, I can't find the game. It vanished. Okay, I found it. Yes. So this is an opposite color bishop, equal pawns. They apparently had a 36 move draw, although it happened very quickly. So that's one draw for both players. And which game shall we go to? We can have a look at the game of Adiban. Yeah, so how it progressed.
Yeah.
So after b5, queen c3 was played, and he played your move, knight to b4.
Interesting. So now I think he's going for the c5 break. That's probably the idea of knight b4. Of course, the knight is hanging, so I think he's going for c5 probably sometime soon. Now it's very easy to mess this up with both colors. It's very
and easy. To be honest, if I would maybe even play black here. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but somehow I'm not sure about white's edge anymore.
No, I don't think white has an edge anymore because I think the moment I think knight g5 was sort of the inaccuracy in the position. I think you should have gone for that h5 idea. And but this is the problem with these positions. You have to analyze them so deeply, and you need to know the ideas so well that one idea wouldn't work in the other in other variations. So you have to be very precise also when you're sort of calculating this, and it's hard in such a short time format. Okay, so you went c6. That's interesting.
Rook c1.
That's c6. The c6 is interesting here. I thought he would have definitely gone for c5. I'm not so sure if this is a good decision because black does need a break in this position, whether with e5 or with c5. And already e5 looks way less, I don't know, appealing.
Yeah, white's pieces kind of come into, suddenly every piece is perfectly placed, yeah?
Yeah, so I think white's pieces are sort of designed against the idea.
Yeah.
So I definitely think playing c5 would have been better, but I think he's planning to perhaps not commit anything, and maybe he would a5 looks interesting because he wants to go a5 a4 also, and maybe then he'll try and maybe he'll try to move his knight from d5 to c4. So like knight b6 and knight c4 or something, and then I think he will try to go e5 at some stage. I think, but it's hard.
It is. Did you see the video of Aditya singing? His singing was really impressive. I must say, kudos to him. Yeah, it's definitely working for him. So I would definitely advise. In fact, I will definitely try singing before my next tournament because it's definitely working for him really well. And he took on a5 and allowed black to get this pawn. That's a very interesting trade from both sides, actually.
Yeah, I think he has to play bishop b4 now, otherwise white will be in serious trouble.
Yeah.
Bishop b4, bishop d6, and okay, maybe you can take or maybe you can just leave it but ultimately you have to exchange the dark bishops.
Yeah, but the question is, where does the king go now? Because now I'm a bit worried about the white king. The g file is opened up. You can't come to h2 because there's this threat always.
No, but
And at
your king is more or less safe
maybe
behind
like
the
this
pawns.
something. Yeah, maybe the rook comes via this path. Maybe now.
But Sahil, the thing is that your king is, I think the king on f1 is fairly safe already because it's behind the pawn. So you don't have to sort of artificially castle here. Just I think black's king sort of is or also is in danger because of the g file opening up. So you can have something like rook g1, or you can also have rook c3, rook g3 ideas, and just double up on the g file and like attack there. So and black doesn't have as much attack here. I think with the dark bishop, black is dominating here, but black that needs to be removed.
True.
You need to remove the dark bishop, otherwise, yeah, it's not going to be a good game.
By the way, Mitraba has won in that endgame, the queen against two pieces against Nuber. Maybe we can have a look at the final position very quickly. This game is, by the way, very interesting. Yeah, this endgame between Aditya and Adiban. Yeah, this was the final position. Yeah, he just chopped the pawn on a7, and now, yeah, Nuber finally called a day in this game. So Mitraba having a good game there. So let's go back to this game.
Yeah, I mean, this is such an interesting position. It's so easy to like mess up from either color here. I definitely think that bishop b4 has to be played here, because not even if not now, then sooner or later you have to play bishop b4. Otherwise, I think the next move seems to be quite because if there is a move that you have to play at some stage, you should, I mean, try to just play it, especially in like a shorter time format. I don't understand what else is he thinking.
Yeah,
okay,
he plays it. He plays it. Bishop d6. Now
your response is very quick. So now it's difficult. So you have a bunch of different options.
He just takes and knight f3. I don't want to like I don't know what this knight is doing on g5 now. This pawn.
Yeah, I mean that knight on g5 was questionable from the beginning. Yeah.
Yeah. True.
Yeah, knight f3, I like it. I think it's a very solid level, very like with it type of a move. Yeah, controlling the dark squares, being.
See, VD, I can sometimes play. See you on my stream someday. Anyways.
So yeah, I mean, I think bishop d6, queen d6, knight f3 looks very, very strong for white. We can also have a look at Vaibhav's game. I think something interesting is going on there.
Okay, let's go to Vaibhav's game very quickly.
Vaibhav has an interesting. He has an interesting sort of move here, c5.
Okay.
So if you take bc5, bc5, dc5, and now probably d6, yeah. And where does the queen go? Because queen of f7 or something, then just bishop c4. There's also c5 is hanging.
So queen e5, I assume, defending this.
Yeah, and now d7. And now just bishop b5 in the next move. So this is a problem for black. Now, rook e1, rook e8 check is coming, and yeah, black doesn't look as comfortable here.
Yeah, the passed pawn and the weak king, two weaknesses, and that should be maybe enough to decide the game. Yeah, so as you said, it's your favorite against my favorite. So for now, your favorite seems to be in control. But okay, I mean, you never know. He can come back.
It's anyone's game. I mean,
yeah, anyone's game.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, I'm from Delhi, so I have to rep the Delhi guys.
True.
So Harshit and Vaibhav, we're all.
In fact, like when I started chess, I played Vaibhav once. I think I was unrated, and he was, I think, 1800. I think at that point.
Mhm.
And I had this, I don't know, it wasn't the opening trap, but he blundered a rook, I think, on the 8th move. And then I was like, wow, this is so cool.
Really?
And then and then you know, because I was 100, I got psyched out, and I think I like somehow, you know, trapped my queen on h8. Like I had to trap the rook on h8, and I somehow, my queen got, like, it was very sus, and I panicked and I just gave the bishop back just to get my queen out. And then the
Oh.
game ended in a draw. So it was like, okay, at that point it was good enough, considering I was 100. But yeah, so Weber was, you know, he was like, okay, I think I remember he said something like, okay, I never blunder in the opening ever. So
So when was this? Like
this
was
was, I think, 2006, maybe, way back. I think it was
okay.
past month, if I'm not mistaken, 2006, maybe, something like this,
Okay. Okay.
way back.
I think I played that one also. I've played all the
Possible.
Parisians since like
Possible.
I played, and I know I played all of them. I think I played the first 10 like consecutively.
Okay.
They were like 15 minutes away from my house, you know, so it wasn't.
Yeah, true.
So it was nice. Okay, so D6 is on the board, yeah?
Yes, you have d6. I think this should be difficult to hold now. C5 is still hanging. White's king is actually very safe, has no issues. And the bishop on f5, well, apart from controlling d7, is not doing much. And after bishop b5 and rook e1, it can't even do that job, then it's basically done, yeah?
Yeah,
So,
basically, yeah. So I think this is not looking. I think Weber was.
yep,
He
queen
should convert
played.
this. Time also seems to be decent.
Okay,
Yeah,
he
so
gives a
bishop.
check
Oh,
on
he played
c4.
bishop c4 check. Interesting.
Yeah, maybe he will just push on the next move.
I don't understand the point of bishop c4 check, because you wanted to play bishop b5 anyways, no? Unless he's planning some d7 rook e1 ideas, which doesn't work, because like, let's say if black goes king g7, right? So d7, rook d8, rook e1, and now you have rook takes d7, I believe. So
True.
yeah, this
And
this
rook e8 is
doesn't
no
work.
longer a check as well, so it kind of
Yeah.
doesn't work for white too much. He played rook d1 directly, defending this pawn. Maybe he's trying to take it slow, yeah? He's trying to say, okay, I have this pawn on d6, you always have to defend it. But, like,
Yeah, I'm not
I
sure.
just, bishop d7, and how do you win this then? It's very
Yeah, I don't
difficult
think
to
it's
imagine now.
possible to win this anymore. I think the pawn should be on d7, not d6.
Yep. I think he's so okay. My guy is back. I told you it's anybody's game. My guy is back. I told you. Yeah, I had a hunch. You know, this guy is going to do really well. Okay, and the game is still okay. He plays rook d8, also pretty normal. Now these moves don't come with tempo.
No, I have
Although of
queen
course you
f5.
have
I
to
have
be.
queen f5. Queen f5.
Okay, that's interesting.
What is? Aren't you losing something?
Queen
Because rook
a5, rook
d6, there
d7,
is.
bishop b5.
Yeah.
Okay, let's just have a look.
So you spoke a bit too early.
Okay, reminds me of a cricket match where, you know, you throw the ball in the air to celebrate and it falls down and you suddenly drop the catch, yeah? Oh, wait. What about c4 now?
Okay.
I got my own pass pawn. running.
Okay. Or maybe queen to a6, probably.
But where do I play the rook now?
Rook d8, I guess, but that doesn't seem
Yeah,
very
that's
nice. You'll lose the pawn
everything
also.
is losing, yeah? Yeah, not sure. Maybe it doesn't work. Okay, I think this is the. Oh, he plays queen a5. He played, so we'll see it. Yeah, we'll see it now.
Yeah, I can see you're not smiling as much anymore. I wonder what the reason is.
I'm waiting for the right moment to celebrate now. I think I hurried a little bit, so not going to hurry now. By the way, we only have 2 results up till now, and for now, I think SL is winning against Setu. We'll go to that game very quickly as soon as we have some sort of
Oh wow.
resolutions
SL
here.
is also like 8 minutes ahead in on time. What?
Maybe we can have a brief look. I'm tempted now. Oh, okay. So everything blew apart in this game, yeah? Wow. So
That's
where did we leave
crazy.
this? I'm kind of curious. We did not have a deep look at this. Okay, the rook came to c3 and he took, knight comes to c3. So all the black pieces use the c3 square, yeah, one by one, and then the f4,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, now h6 and yeah, one of the you also get the f3 square as well.
Yes, both. Okay,
Wait,
what
what?
just happened? What?
He just blundered a queen. He just oh wow.
Really?
That
Did
is
this
that is
happen?
unfair. Yeah, he just yeah, that's
Okay, I think
unfortunate.
that was the last trap, maybe, like, because I don't see this happening at all. Either it's a mouse slip or a last desperate trap. Yeah, one of these things. You don't play queen b1 because this is the
I
main
mean,
piece in the position, right?
it's not really unheard of because I think first of all Setu was really low on time.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
And I think he saw h6 and then he saw queen b1 and got excited, queen g6, queen h6 repetition, and
True.
I think just missed knight b1 hanging.
Okay, at least it makes me feel good about my chess. I do this every second game, so that definitely makes me happy. So that was the Bote's gambit and Sethu losing. I think it was lost for a while, so it kind of is okay. We can go back to the other games now. Which
Aditya
game?
is now winning against Adiban.
Oh wow.
There
Okay,
is
so
just
we can have
rook c3 and rook c7, which oh yes, it is.
we can quickly go to the AD game. Let me quickly move. AD, yes. So oh wow. So yeah, he did that rook s3 thing, and now rook is coming here and here, yeah.
Yeah. This is amazing for Aditya. Yeah, this is like I mean he's already on 2 out of 2, and now he's completely winning against AD as well. Seems like a very this I mean this will be a huge win for him.
It's a great day, yeah. It's the players he has defeated. It's insane, and he plays Murli Karthikeyan in the final round of the day. If he manages to have a good score there, so he'll have defeated Nober, SL, Adiban, and then Karthikeyan Murli, just in case he wins. Look at that day,
This
yeah?
is
4
crazy.
victories.
That is
Nober,
crazy.
SL, Adiban, and Karthik. That's an insane day if he can finish it off well. For now, he seems to be dominating this position. At least, yeah, it seems like it, yeah?
Yeah, I mean 100%. I mean Queen on e5 is so powerful here. It is that queen is like a monster.
True. By the
I
way,
mean,
yeah, SL has won against Sethuraman. That game is over. Yeah, this
okay.
is critical. Maybe we can stay on this game for a while and see if he can finish it off.
Also, Surya seems to be in a losing position against Bharat Subramaniam.
Okay. Maybe we can have a brief look. Okay, so too many pawns, yeah? Too many pawns to
Yeah,
handle.
just way too many pawns.
Way too many. True. You can probably hold like a couple, but this H pawn will run, yeah? And you will have to
I
give
mean,
up
I
these
think
pieces.
only 2 pawns are also enough here. Just B and H pawns are also enough here because they are just too far.
Yeah. True.
But having like the F3 pawn is nice because that's like your insurance, yeah?
Insurance, yes. I was
Just
about to use that word, yeah. Exact word. Yeah, this is definitely saving something for the hard days. So
yeah.
Bharat doing well there. So by the way, maybe we should go back to that game. What happened to the Leon game? I think we are kind of fluctuating very quickly, but this game we
Yeah.
were looking at quite intensively. We saw he played rook d7, bishop b5, c4, queen a6, and now queen to e2. So he's like, you get yours, I get yours, yeah. You get mine, I get yours. Rook f1 and bishop d3 now.
You really want to celebrate now again, don't you?
No. I'm not doing anything at all. I'm calmly sitting. That's all I'm doing. I'm doing nothing here. For now, it seems to be an interesting position with both sides having chances. I would not be surprised if it turns out to be perpetual in some shape or form, because how do you get away with the rook? The rook seems to be kind of like both
Yeah,
rooks
I
are
think
kind
it's
of
a
awkward. Yeah,
repetition. Yeah, it's a threefold, I think. Forced
it's
threefold.
already drawn. Oh, not yet. Yeah.
I think it's a threefold repetition is
Yeah.
forced. Yeah, because queen d2, even if you go rook a1, then just queen c3, yeah, just to make sure you don't get
Yeah.
rook e1 also.
Yes, that makes sense. True.
So, yeah.
Okay, I think both our guys drew. That's normal. Both have.
Well, the game
Uh,
is not over yet.
not yet, but I would say I think.
It
Okay, I will
is
play with Ron.
possible that
Ah.
Leon probably thinks that, he might have a chance in this position and he might, try to push a little bit.
Yeah, possible. Or Wave could play Rook B1. You've seen sacrifices of Rook B1 in
Yeah,
this round.
that's also
Also
possible.
possible.
You would hope that.
Just kidding. By the way, I love you. Yeah. Yeah. So I think this game looks closer to its end. So let's stick here for a moment and see if they repeat moves. 27 seconds for Leon, so he has to make a choice quickly because his own rook is attacked and it doesn't seem to have a decent square. So I think repetition would be a decent. You can probably try for a couple of moves, like you survive with rook f7, I don't know, but probably it's a bit too risky. I think just queen c3 and yeah, e3 done.
Okay, now maybe rook d1, and if you go queen c2, then rook e1. So I don't understand how is this a repetition?
Queen c3, rook e. By the way, you also have, okay, this move might not still work because the pawn will be strong enough. Okay, queen c2, rook e1. Oh, he plays bishop e2 instead. Okay.
Okay, something is wrong now.
Maybe I spoke too soon again, yeah?
Yeah, rook d5, you have just queen c1, queen f4. That's a very standard
Yes.
repetition.
Yes.
Yeah.
So what is the
maybe rook
this is
b1?
rook
Queen
b1,
c8. Queen c8. What about queen c8?
Okay. But is that winning? So queen c8. Do you? I think you take here most likely.
I take on d7.
d7.
And now that bishop on d1 does a nice job of not giving a check on c1. So
Yeah, I can't do this. Yeah.
I have
hurts,
queen
yeah,
h3 check. I have queen h3 check.
Okay.
That
this
is so nice.
Yeah, true.
That is so nice. That should
so
be lost.
that doesn't work. So maybe some other move he needs now. Although White is still thinking, and Weber had this extra minute that he had at this moment really helped him. Yeah, like if he had like 10 seconds, I think he would even just take the repetition. So now that he has the extra minute, it really helps. So falling under time pressure, yeah, he plays queen c8, he plays it, and if he wins game, I think that extra minute probably helped him a lot. King h6, he's winning. Oh, he's winning. King h6. King h6. He played.
No,
this is the position on the board.
But
maybe it doesn't work.
Take and there is c3. That doesn't
c3
work.
exactly. Yeah, black also gets the queen. But what about simply moving the queen somewhere?
Like
maybe
e7,
controlling
e6.
e1. Yeah, queen e7.
Or queen e6 even, because you want to take the c4 pawn, no?
Yeah, true.
Just take the c4 pawn.
He played. Because I also had this check in mind at some moment. But how do you? This is over, right? You have no checks.
But
I have this idea as well. This is over.
It's going to be tough to draw this, yeah.
Wow. Yeah, chess is complicated. Yeah, when you have low time, I think Leon has this problem. I think I noticed Leon and both kind of. And VD, of course, has, I think, really worked on it now, and it got really better now in the last match we saw, but has suffered from this problem. I think we saw it in leg 2 as well.
F3.
Interesting.
Okay.
Weakens a lot of squares, lot of perpetual chances. Queen d4 played.
I'm not liking this for Weber anymore.
Black also, do you play
just c3? What's happening? Just c3, no?
Yeah, c3 also. Yeah, he plays c3. Okay, this is a very interesting position
now. Is
Weber I don't know. I have no clue actually, to be honest, because this position is so interesting. Both sides have a pass pawn, and I have no clue who's because the thing is, even though White is one move faster, he is the first to move. White's king is on h1. So my queening comes with check and probably mate. So it's like, it's not even clear who's better anymore. Maybe bishop a4 now is the only move because you can stop the pawn here. He plays queen c7. Wow. That's a very interesting move.
This is lost. This is
but
lost.
How do you push it? Oh, he takes on f3. Wow, he takes on f3. Okay, this game is turning out to be decent.
What is
Okay,
happening?
I officially don't understand chess. What the hell is happening? Wow. You know
Bishop
what? The bar
G2.
is the bar is jumping in opposite direction.
Dude, King H2, what is going on?
What is happening?
Just Bishop D5 and Queen F2 is a mate.
Yeah, exactly. Now this queen has no influence on the board. He plays Bishop F3. Yeah, done. This is over. Queen F2 coming. So Leon wins. Wow. My
Yeah.
hunch. Oh my god, I should buy a lottery ticket tonight.
Yeah. I'm sure Leon will too.
He can just put the bishop back, I guess, somewhere.
No, but
somewhere.
now Queen G4 check looks so dangerous. I mean, very well fought.
Directly Queen G4. Yes, exactly.
I think very well fought by Leon so far.
But now
Wait,
I am
wait,
again
wait,
not
wait,
sure.
wait, wait. Wait, the king is going to D4, yeah? The king is going to D4.
What the hell is happening here? Again, I think white is... Dude, okay, I officially do a queen D2 check, but you lose the bishop. What? But white is a piece up.
No, but this is, it should, I mean, you have enough pawns, so it should be draw.
Takes, queens.
And also you should like mention here, the Sahil, that, you know, the white pawn on A2, it's on the right color.
Right color, yes.
So if you were to exchange the queens here and white was to eliminate the pawns, which is not so difficult once the queens are removed, then white would be winning because you have the right color.
Yes, because if, for example, this.
What about that lottery ticket, Sahil? Are you still going to buy it?
maybe tomorrow, yeah. Tomorrow. This was an insane game, by the way. Chat, if you go back and check every single move, the bar was jumping in opposite directions. Because I don't know. I officially don't know chess because this was just insane game, and still it's not over. We don't know.
This is going to be very interesting now because black has to consciously not allow for the exchange of queens.
Yes.
And which is going to be hard now because white has so many checks in this position, and black also has to make sure that not to give a check that you know that is that has a response of queen e3 or queen f4 or something, which
true.
just exchanges the queen. So I think it comes down to whether you want to whether you will allow the exchange of the queens or not.
Yeah. And I think somehow you can, if the queens are rid off, then okay, queen h1 check first. This game is very interesting, by the way. Okay, the king, and the thing is, in these positions, when you are the guy in the bet up with the bishop, usually you are fine, yeah. And I think even if like the bishop falls, you probably have some. Okay, you probably don't have a virtual here still because maybe even you have actually.
Yeah, you just have to make sure to not give up the bishop, and
I mean,
exactly. You're not losing here. You know, you
this
cannot.
Would be awesome. This would be rather cool. But let's see. King f2. Okay, now safe choice.
Wait. King f2. Am I not just losing on a2 here? So queen c2.
Okay. This is.
So is he now? I think he's just okay with a draw. He doesn't want to continue this probably.
Is there any hope here with the awkward placed king? Maybe not. Yeah. Queen f8. King h. Maybe there is. I'm not sure. King h5. There is no bishop e2. Unluckily.
Yeah.
He does not take the pawn.
He does not take. Queen f4 check. Queen f4 check.
Oh, queen f4. Wow.
Queen f4. That's exactly what I was saying. Queen f4 check would be winning here for white.
And it is, I think. And I think the winning
100% this is winning.
King coming up here, picking up this, and you sacrifice the bishop for the advanced pawn, yeah?
No need for that. No, just keep the king on the king side and take the 2 pawns. And what? He doesn't play it. Oh,
He's a bit unsure like me. He's like, okay, I can't calculate.
No, but you can keep the king on the king side and just exchange and just take the pawns, and because the pawn is on the right square, so it doesn't matter.
Yes. You have to be careful, by the way. You cannot give the 8th rank because now queen f8 would be a deadly threat. The king has no squares. But how do you win this?
This is so crazy. This is so crazy.
I love these games. Like, I know it's not so funny for the players, but where evaluation is changing every single move. Like you have no clue what the hell is happening. Players have no clue. Commentators no clue. Engines are like, I can't jump so much. Give me some break, dude. Like I love such games.
No, me too. Me too. No,
And
these games are nice to play also, because I mean there is so much I mean so much intensity, so much um, so many variables that can happen. You in the back of your mind you're always hoping for a blunder, that
yeah,
almost never
yeah.
comes. But
but if you end up losing this game, then probably you don't feel so inspired. Yeah,
yeah,
like
then the inspiration, sort of then you go and buy a lottery ticket, yeah.
yeah.
And then you
Chat. By the way, the bar seems to be in White's favor, and White is better, but it's not easy because White has just one pawn, and the king is completely bare, right? The White king is completely open, so there are a lot of chances for infinite checks. So White has to be really careful, and of course, he's constantly giving these checks first from e7, then from like I think before, now from c3. So he's running out of squares to give
I
checks from.
think no, I think he's trying to just gain some time so he can
Yeah.
he also has to be careful not to make a threefold repetition, because unless he is still thinking about winning, because I'm not sure.
Yeah, he has 27 seconds. Black has 1 minute. So Black has enough time, double the time White has. And we have seen this position twice now, Queen D2, King G7. So we've seen this twice already. So yeah, Queen D4, King D2. So all these positions happening. Yeah, this also is again seen twice. Queen E7 also we have seen once, I think.
He's really running the risk of threefold repetition here.
Yeah. Because Queen E7, King H6, and now Queen E3 is a draw, I think. Queen E3 is a draw. So if he wants a draw, he gets it immediately. He's finding new squares, but he has run out of it now. Queen E7 is a draw again. Oh, he plays King H3. Okay, he tries to play on. He plays on. By the way, which square is the best square for the bishop here? What do you think? Like, if you could magically place it anywhere, where would you place it?
Like, I think B3, because it's protected by the pawn, and it also controls the long diagonal, hitting the king.
True.
So I would put I would put it on B3 probably. I was also thinking of playing A4 in this position, after the checks, but I think he doesn't want it because he wants to like have his bishop protected on B3.
Because the bishop on B5 is influence over the king side. The bishop on B3 probably would have more influence. Like here you're hitting an empty diagonal, here you can be close to the king. Queen G3 played now. White is offering the queen trade. So earlier he did not go for it. And now I think he's understood the position better. He has more time now. So he goes for
I'm 100% sure he understood that the queen exchange is winning for him. I just don't think he saw queen f4 in time, because I think
okay, also possible. I
mean, this is like your first thing that you see when you're the first thing you see is, okay, you have the right colors to exchange the queens and you're winning. It's I just think he didn't. I just think he missed it because he was extremely low on time.
Yeah, totally possible. And now Queen D4. So Black is keeping his queen centralized, defending this pawn as well. Meanwhile, keeping all checks as an option. I don't think he has a check on the board as of now. So where does White? He plays Bishop D3.
Another interesting thing, Sahil, is that he's also preventing, the bishop going to C4 and A4, where it can go to B3. That's also like, your ideal square is B3, but he's not allowing that, which is quite interesting actually here. Now I think Queen D4 back, and yeah.
Chat and update on all the other results. Abhimanyu has drawn against Karthikeyan. Aditya has won against Adeban. Great result for him. So far, he's the only guy on full 100% score. Then Sethu lost to SL. We saw that. Mitraba defeated Nubair. We saw that as well. Bharat defeated Surya, and Arunyak and Inyan have drawn. So we have two games going on. One is Pranav against Raja. Raja is losing that game, so not a good start to his tournament. And this is the other game going on, which is really interesting as of now.
Yeah, Aditya is having a phenomenal tournament, eh?
Yeah.
This is amazing.
Chat, make your predictions, by the way. Sorry to interrupt. Can you make your predictions? What do you think will be the result? Anybody who's watching in the chat and is not fallen asleep because of this long endgame, please let us know. What do you think? Okay, Queen B2 check. Okay, avoids the pawn getting lost. What do you think will be the result, chat? Draw, win for white, or maybe who knows? Black wins. Yeah, again. That maneuver. Pawns come up, and it's over 1-1. The bishop sits idly, does nothing, watches the king get assaulted by the pawns, and black wins. Possible.
It's possible. It's possible. So we have draw as a potential like result.
People saying draw. Yeah, most likely. That's a very pragmatic move. You know what? I'll say black wins. Let's go. Black wins. Let's go. I have my hunch. Black wins this. These pawns will curve to h3 and g3. The king will get to h4. And will queen c1 mate. Keep watching, chat. This will happen. This bishop has no clue, by the way.
Confirm.
If it had a clue, it would be sitting on g2 defending the king, but it has no clue.
Yeah, it's passive bishop.
See, it's coming. It's coming. By the way, question, yeah, do you think black should start pushing his pawns, or should he keep it like this?
I would keep it as they are, because the further you go in this position, the closer it is for white to hit that target. So black sort of best, and also when you push the pawns, you're also eliminating the checks that you're giving. Like example is, if your pawn is on h4, then you're not gonna get queen h4 check anymore. So the further your pawns, are, you won't be able to give checks anymore. So I think it's good for black to just keep the position as it is, and wait for white to do something. This is also one of the reasons why I think white didn't play a4, because you don't want to commit too much. And also, wouldn't there be a 50 move rule coming up here soon?
That's an interesting element. So if we check quickly, the last move we had was, if I am not mistaken, was it queening, right? And then c1 queen and queen f6 was the last move, right? This capture pawn capture. So 52nd move.
We're on which move now?
81.
So we have, he played h5. So if for like 20 moves, I mean, if he didn't play h5, and then for another 20 moves, I think after 20 moves, if nothing changes, then it would have been a draw, right?
I think my mic left me for a second, so I'm back again.
Yeah.
Oh, he plays h5. I told you he's going for it. Black is going to win this. He went for it. I told you it's coming. It's coming. Forget the engines, forget the plans. It's coming.
He's also coming king h6. Oh,
I told you.
So
Sahil daydreaming, nice.
Yeah, but this is generally not the right approach here, because the further your pawns go, the harder it is to check the king. So I don't like this from Leon's side. I think this is going to make it harder for him to equalize here. Unless he's going for the win, like you said.
No, I think that's just my dreams. But I think still, I agree. I think the king is now a bit more open for black as well. So that is one drawback. And as you said, now you don't have these checks or queen g5 check, for example. Right now it's not possible, but you have very limited checks now. And if by chance white, ends up giving this check, it's over. You resign then. So black has to be extra careful. It of course gives technically black more chances if the queens were traded off, but I don't think it will work. And,
wait, bishop h5 is hanging, so...
Oh, but what if I just take, is it still winning? I think it might just be a draw. These pawns might help black now. They are more advanced, right? Maybe it's a draw now, maybe. Because this is exactly what I wanted. This was my dream. I was trying to hide it, but I'm not sure. Maybe h4.
I'm actually pretty surprised this position is not winning.
Is it winning?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Because it's like I just felt somehow if the pawns up advance further, then it becomes much more difficult, for white to just run away with this. And this pawn, luckily, is on a dark square. That really works well. Bishop b5, trying to come from behind, maybe trying to, maybe I don't know what is the pawn structure white wants from these, but I would love to play this, but I can't do it now. White keeps his king on e3 for now.
Yeah. Also, I think it has to be playing h4 and h3. Okay, wait. King is on g5 now. That changes because king should have been on e5.
But why did he? Okay, I think he messed it up. Yeah.
Yeah, if I play like bishop
E4?
c8 in this position. No. After
Okay.
h3, king needs to come to f2.
Yes.
So after h3, king f2, king g1, king h2. That's what I want.
Okay. Makes sense. Maybe he blundered, yeah. I'm not sure.
Yeah, and also just bishop c8, a quiet move. So yeah, you're losing the pawns here.
Chess
Like
is really hard.
yeah, h3 and just king f2. I think this is lost. He played
By the
bishop
way,
c8. Nice. He played bishop c8.
yeah. By the way, chat, it's already lift off in the next round as well. So this game is also getting pretty long, but I think we will result very soon. We will also keep an eye on the next round as the games begin because it's already 6:30. These players, their opponents will have a small break for 2-3 minutes. The other games will start very soon. So we'll quickly switch to that as well. But for now, I think Leon it up. I think king e5 there was the drawing move, not allowing any sort of weaknesses. And now it's very difficult to push these pawns because h2, king
you're losing
g2,
the
and if you
pawn,
play g3, then he plays a5.
Yeah, just a4 now. Easy.
a4 played, blocking it.
Yeah, this is
I think he
the
messed
pawns
it
are
up.
getting.
So your guy ends up winning.
Yeah. I see, now I can celebrate.
I think my mic is left me again.
No,
I apologize.
I said now I can celebrate.
Yeah, I would not hurry. At least the pawns are where I wanted them to be. My dream was correct.
I think you're missing the queen though. You're missing the queen.
True. I just wanted this pawn here, a king here, but unfortunately it doesn't work that way. You can't push pawn backwards. I'm learning.
This is a fortress, no? Because if I play king g4, how will you take the pawns?
Bishop f3 I'll play, no?
King h4. So king h4, then bishop c8,
bishop
and if
f3.
f4, no, if king h4, then bishop c8,
bishop
and if
c8
king f4, then king h3. King f4, then king h3, yeah.
What happens on king f4, bishop c8?
Then king e3. No, you can't take the pawn.
Okay, yeah, of course. True.
After king h4 also, you can't play bishop c8 for that matter, actually.
He plays king h4.
King h4, yeah. Bishop f3 only. Bishop f3, yeah.
f3. Yeah, he plays it. Phew, what a complicated game.
What a game.
Go black, go. Yeah, but unfortunately his pawns tried. Yeah. It did not work out well, unfortunately. And now, if these pawns were here, that would be in black's favor because it would be the wrong colored pawn, but this pawn is the right pawn. And that's why Leon resigns and Vaibhav has won his game. So that's very, very interesting. Great endgame play by both players there. It was very difficult to, continuously play those best moves. And now it's time to head off into round 4 because it's already started. We already have a lift off in a couple of games. So let's go quickly. In fact, the SL game has progressed too much.
Oh, really? Let's have a look.
Yep. So we have a typical King's Indian. Yes.
Yeah, but the pawn is on b6 and bishop is on b7, which is not like this is not the normal way of playing. The bishop is supposed to be on c8, and so you go for like f5 breaks, and so this is slightly different to your normal King's Indian.
Thanks for that, Krishabhai. I think maybe the bishop on c8 is like, why should I be the always one to be sacrificed? Yeah, I want a new purposeful life. Maybe he doesn't want to be sacrificed on h3 in every King's Indian. Maybe that's the reason. I don't know. Just guessing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, now this is going to be again a very, very interesting game. I think both sides are going to attack. White is going to attack on the queen side, black is going to attack on the king side, and yeah. I just think the bishop on b7 is slightly misplaced here. Slightly, like I think the bishop should be on d7 or c8 or something like that. I think the idea seems to be that in most King's Indian positions you want to go for the c5 break. That's like thematic. So I think by keeping the pawns on b6 and d6, he's just preventing the c5 break, and then at the same time he's going for like f5 ideas, which is what you normally do in King's Indian positions.
True. By the way, chat, just to update on the standings, Aditya Mittal is 9 out of 9 with 3 wins. Then you have Karthikeyan in the second position with 7/9. And then Surya, SL, Vaibhav, and Pranav with 6/9. So the standings are not what I expected they would be. They are very, very interesting with some fascinating games. And I really hope Harshit and Nubair can also quickly get a few wins, because clearly they did not have the best start and they were a bit unlucky as well. I think Nubair played well with that position with knight d4, but he played knight b3. And Harshit, of course, has had a couple of very unfortunate games. What do you feel of the standings so far, Sahaj? Like, they definitely feel quite interesting.
Yeah, not certainly not something that I sort of predicted, but but I think Aditya, for example, is having a fantastic event. Karthikeyan, is not so surprising. I mean, he's
True,
he's
true,
always
true.
been very consistent with his play. He's an amazing player. Then I mean, Surya also is not as surprising here, to be honest. But I mean I was I think the game of SL was the one game I think against Aditya. He had a good position until a certain point, and then I think it just didn't go his way. So yeah, I mean, overall, I think it looks pretty normal to me. I think the only sort of surprise is AD on,
Yeah.
AD hasn't won a game yet. So I think that's the
Yeah.
only sort of surprise here. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think as you said, AD being on 1 point is a big surprise. And also, I think how well Aditya has played. And you know what? It's a match between Karthikeyan and Aditya now. So number 1 and number 2.
Oh,
so
incredible.
this game is so important. If somehow one of these guys wins, they get sole lead after day 1. And especially if Aditya wins, he will have a huge lead. Now, that is nowhere close because, well, it's only 25% of the tournament. But still, this is an all-important game. And we have this typical, well, maybe we can start from the top. The infamous
Berlin
Endgame.
Endgame.
And so the king on c8, but usually it's not a big deal.
No,
And
king on c8 actually is not it's actually good here because you go king b7 at some stage. So I think Karthikeyan kind of I think I'm not sure if knight g5 is proper theory here. But I think this type of an Indian black has, if black has studied this even a little bit, like black has such easy play here in comparison. I mean, I've faced this position as white so many times, and I've each time I have hated it. Like I absolutely despise Berlin. Like it is so bad. Like from I mean, I don't play it from either color. It is I have no love for this. But see, the idea is that when you get c5, like b6 and c5, when it comes on the board, the annoying threat is knight d4 always. And that's something that, and from personal experience, I can tell you 9 out of 10 times you don't see this threat. Even if you know this threat exists, in the previous move, the next move you will miss it. Because it has happened to me. This exact same thing has happened to me, that I've missed knight d4 so many times. And this is, you see the idea of h3, right? You want to play g4, correct? So after g4, like black still gets knight d4, and now knight d4 will be even stronger because the f3 square is left empty. So this threat of knight d4 is like very, very dangerous in this position.
Yeah.
And also, like, you sort of, okay, he went knight e7. Okay, that's probably a relief for white.
I
know
think
I'm a
it
bit
kind of
relieved
preempted
here.
g4 there. But I think still black is absolutely fine. Yeah, this knight looks fine. I think he can go king b7, connect the rooks, and it seems to be absolutely fine.
Yeah, Berlin Endgame, there's only two results possible. Either it's a draw or black wins. Like there is no sorry, white has no hope here.
Sorry, Karthikeyan, you can't do
Yeah,
much.
sorry,
It's
white
just,
has no hope here. I
no
mean,
chance.
the moment you played the moment you played Castle, it was over. You kissed your dream of winning the game goodbye.
Yeah,
But
and from point of Aditya, if he wins, like, I think it will be completely his day today. I think it's going to, and he's played 4 very, very tough players.
yeah,
So this is a really important game, and playing the number 1 standing was number 2. And there's a huge difference between ranking first in this tournament and coming up second in terms of what qualifications you get, because the first place gets direct entry and so on. So there's huge incentive to go for first place. Like second and eighth there's prize money difference and so on, but in terms of qualifications for tournaments, like first is a huge difference. So everybody wants first place. I'm sure that everybody's like, if I could get the first place, that would be awesome. So if Aditya were to qualify, that would be completely insane, right? Because nobody expected it, I think.
Yeah, no, completely. And I think it's a very smart choice of opening by Aditya as well. I mean, playing when you're in a position, because obviously, it would be great for him to win the game, but I think what he has to think about more is not losing the game. So that, because that sort of loses the momentum that he has, from the first three rounds. And I think that's a Berlin is like such a nice, solid opening to play, especially in these situations, because you're okay with a draw, and generally what happens is white tries to overpush, and white ends up in a worse position. So, like I think a very smart choice by Aditya also in this case.
Thank you, Prathmesh, a lot for the kind words. And G4 played. So white is trying to gain his typical space on the king side.
Yeah, I'm telling you, white is lost already. The moment G4 came on the board, this is already lost. I'm telling you.
Okay.
This
that
is
was
lost.
okay.
The bar may not agree with me, but I'm telling you, this is lost.
I think when Sahaj is playing his opponents, his opponent makes a mistake. Like, the moment you played this is lost. Now what are you sitting here? Go back home and resign. Don't waste my time.
Exactly. Just it's okay. You can always go back and think about your life choices. Don't play Berlin against white. Simple. Just don't do it.
By the way, Karthikeyan definitely looks a bit nervous. Like when I'm looking at him, definitely going
I
back and
wonder
forth.
why. I wonder why. Why?
Yeah.
Do you have any suggestions there? Why? Maybe the chat thinks. Maybe the chat knows why. I mean, I don't know. It seems it's a mystery.
And also, by the way, the tendency of opposite color bishop is also there. So again, the drawish tendency there. So yeah, I think this game is very, very important. I'll also check if there's anybody's better in any game. By the way, Raja Harshit is apparently worse. That is not good for him. Yeah, at least is. Let me quickly switch.
Raja seems to be. Hasn't been a great event for him so far.
Yeah. I'll quickly head to the game as long as I find it. Apparently, I can't. My eyes are can only look at the move on King G3. They're not adapted yet. The reality of this position, yeah. Yeah, it's there. Okay. Yeah, I don't like the knight on B1, and
something has gone horribly wrong for white here.
And I'm wondering what, because it's only 13 moves. I'm kind of curious. Okay.
No, this was probably mouse slip. Yeah.
Really? If that is the case,
because I think he played G3 and I think he wanted to play G4.
Okay. Yes, of course.
I think this was a mouse slip.
Hey, Black Swan, we are fine, man. How are you?
Hi, Black Swan.
Yeah, if G4 was the idea, then Harshit is just incredibly unlucky. I have to say that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming here because I have not seen the idea of G3 before. It seems illogical because generally, you take on F6 and then you want to play G5, then you want to play F5. That's how the position generally goes. This is a beginning of theory. This is a very, very long theory, but yeah, it doesn't look. I think he's going for some knight e6 tactic here. What is the material count? So he's a rook down.
Yes, the bishop is captured on H1. But is this going to work? I'm not so sure.
Knight takes e6 looks interesting, but I think maybe queen c2 is there.
Yeah, queen c2 is always there, yeah, because you have that escape route, at least.
Okay, no, queen c2, rook c2, king c2, and now bishop e4 check, very important move. But now next move fe4 and fe6, and now you're just a piece down.
True, this is over. True. So Raja not having a good tournament at all. I don't know if G3 was a mouse slip or if it was some sort of prep. I'm not really sure, but seems to be not the move. And right now in the current position, Raja not having a good tournament, our beloved 69 GM. And I hope he can strike back. So we can also have, let me have a look if there's anybody else who's better. SL seems to be better here. Maybe we can have a look at that game. Wow, this is an interesting position. The King's Indian gone slightly wrong, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, things are definitely gone wrong because queens are exchanged. White's pieces are so much more advanced. Black has no attack. Yeah, definitely something has gone wrong here.
Yeah, this rook is just. This is just. I don't know what is this rook doing. It has no squares basically. That is not comfortable at all. So SL is dominating this game. I think SL is a pretty strong contender again. He lost one game last time and he came back so fiercely that nobody could believe it. So he's definitely always a contender. So two games clearly been in one player's favor. So which game shall we look at? Let's have a look at AD's game, by the way, because that is also important. And AD is playing Setu. So this rivalry I've seen for so many years now, right? Setu and AD, like it's been there for so long. And this game seems to be interesting.
So I mean, yeah, I think the main sort of imposter is the d5 pawn.
Yeah.
If the d5 pawn didn't exist, then black would probably be okay. But I think with the d5 pawn, it doesn't look as nice. So yeah, AD has to be technical here. So yeah, anything is possible. So I think.
Sorry to interrupt. Gandhikar by saying, "I am Anish Giri from another account. Please give me respect." Hello Anish. So I played Anish in a simul in the Chessable India, that originals match, right before that. Yeah. So I had a position where it was a draw in 3 moves. So basically he has a piece. I have a couple of pawns and he has a pawn, but that pawn is getting captured by force by the king and it will be a piece against 2 pawns and a dead draw. I have 1 second on the clock. And I offered Anish a draw. He looked at me smirkingly and played the move and I lost on the clock. I was like, come on, Anish, draw, you love them. I was like, that is so cruel, yeah, from Anish Giri.
You were saying even if it was the Anish Giri, even if it was the real Anish Giri, there wouldn't be respect.
No, Anish, we love you. Please come to my stream someday. We love you, man. And so this game is definitely in AD's favor, although the knight on e4 is a good piece. So this could be anybody's game. I think there was one game we were looking at, which was pretty interesting earlier. I forget which one it was. Yeah, this one, right? I think, was it the Harshita game or which game was it? By the way, yeah, I think it was, what happened in this game? Let's have a look at this game only now.
Yeah, I think Harshit seems to be, he's just a rook down now for... Yeah, this is completely lost. Harshit is just a rook down now.
You can't move the knight. There is mate threatened, so you lose this knight as well. And regardless of these weak squares, white has no pieces that can utilize them. So this is actually useless. And this shield of pawns makes sure there's no counterplay. So yeah, don't put your knight on b1. I think that's basically... I am not real, Anish. You really thought of that. Yes, you were totally fooled by your charisma. We were fooled.
Wait, you're not?
Yeah, exactly. What?
I'm so confused right now.
Yeah, I'm shocked. You're not Anish. A guy named Thrikar Gandhar is not Anish. Yeah, I'm really surprised by that. So which game do you want to have a look at, Sahaj? I think there are a lot of games now which...
Let's take a look back at Aditya's game, yeah?
Yeah, that was the game. Exactly. I kept forgetting which game we were looking at the start. Yes. So
we saw that white was lost already. So
yes. Yeah, now I can recall that horrible position where the material was equal and the Indian side, the bar said it's right in the middle, but it was lost.
No, this is lost already. I'm telling you, this is lost already. When the moment G4 comes, you're getting too optimistic here. And it's over. Look, F5 is there and it's lost. It's already not looking so nice for actually no, F5 is not so nice. I think I can play EF6 and I can push F3. I think that might have been a mistake.
Yeah. Actually now
a serious mistake.
Yeah, because now I think, at least as far as I understand, these pawns become really dangerous now.
Because you shouldn't liquidate. I know that you generally don't touch the F pawn in the Berlin because that's like your insurance. because even the white has the majority on the king side, you never are able to liquidate. So now the pawn is on f6. It's a dark square and it's easily accessible. So I think the f5 was not a smart decision. Black might have given up the winning advantage. Yeah.
True. I think this game
But
is so
black
good.
also has 11 minutes on the clock versus 6 minutes. So yeah.
True.
And now in this case, the having the king on b7 is not really ideal. I mean, you preferred, you would have preferred having the king on f7.
Absolutely, because this is where white has the extra pawn, and this king is, well, not doing much sitting on b7. And
Yeah.
the only question is, what is white's plan? I think activating the rook would definitely make some sense here, I guess, at
I
some
mean,
point.
you just want to put pressure on the f6 pawn. So I mean, you have to do it smartly. I think right now there is rook e1 on the board, which is
Yeah, yeah, true.
finishing the game.
True.
But I mean, you have to do it smartly. You have to basically keep putting pressure on the f6 pawn and provoke perhaps f5 at some stage, and you can sort of go g5 as well, and get a passer on that side. Basically, you just want to take the f pawn, or you want to move the f pawn. That's why the pawn on f7 is better for black, because that pawn cannot be moved. At least not by pieces. You have to sort of go f4, g5, f5, which is like difficult to get. So I think f5 was a serious mistake in this position.
What do you think about the move knight d5, trying to exchange knights and head off into opposite color bishop endgame? Does it offer some chances for hope, like maybe some drawish chances?
I think no, I don't think that is maybe, but I think I can take and maybe go something like king f4, or maybe even rook h6, even rook h7. Oh, you're playing cd5. Okay, then
yeah, I was
rook
considering
h6.
both options, actually, both options. Because
Yeah,
bishop
then
has the advantage of putting pressure, but pawns can be undoubled as well. That has its own advantage.
yeah, here just rook h7. I feel, because now bishop f4 is going to be strong. So you see, by eliminating the knights, I think black sort of gives up the counterplay a lot. Okay, wait, you have bishop f5 also. Sorry, never mind. You have bishop f5.
Yeah, true, actually.
Bishop f5 is strong, yeah. So maybe
even
actually,
that's actually debatable. Maybe just rook f7 then.
Bishop c2, then rook f6, and
not sure. I think.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I'm definitely not sure here. That's maybe c5, d4. It looks interesting.
True.
Looks interesting, but I mean, yeah.
Luckily, thanks to the rook, the c5 is not possible so easily. Yeah, it's not easy to push this pawn.
Yeah.
For now, at least.
Maybe bishop f5. Yeah. Maybe after cd5. Yeah, rook h7, bishop f5 looks dangerous. Rook h6 maybe, then still bishop f5. Yeah, I think that's the idea.
Similar.
So you have to be smart here, because even if you go into absolute opposite colored bishop endgames, you can still technically take the pawn on f6. So I think even, yeah, like something like king f4, just to be calm, that also probably might work in white's favor. Yeah, I mean, knight d5 just, I think, sort of relieves the advantage of I mean, any kind of counterplay for black, which is
true.
Yeah, but once again, I really don't like the move f5. I think I think this is probably not looking very good for black now.
Yeah. And by the way, knight f5 was played instead, which seems to be a decent move as well. The king has to move, and the knight can now come to d4, put some pressure here, some pressure here as well.
You see, knight came to d4 eventually. Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. Coming to d4 is so even that knight d7 decision. Knight e7 decision in the beginning was a bit strange, because I think he could have gone knight d4 straight.
True.
I just don't like the pawn on f6 in this position. It should be on f7, because I think that is way harder to reach.
Yeah, this is, of course, like, and also you have the dark square bishop, so it becomes easy to attack, and difficult to defend. So
yeah, basically.
Hey Janvi, how are you? And this game is very critical, chat, because rankings, in the rankings, number 1 is Aditya right now, and number 2 is Karthikeyan. So if one of these guys win, they basically have sole lead after day 1. So that's why this game is so important. And white seems to be well up. Yeah, I mean, clearly in the edge, but some drawish chances. Yes, knight comes to d4. Rook h to play, defending the c2 pawn.
Yeah, and now, something thematic like c5. C5 should be played now.
True.
This is just such a, any endgame in Berlin, it requires so much, understanding of chess. This is why I hate it. It is just so deep, you have to understand basically which piece to exchange in what type of structure, and you have to just keep going into depth of that. And it's very little about opening preparation. It's more about what to exchange, what to play, what not to play, and like, yeah, I mean, that's why I've always never liked playing against Berlin. I've never liked playing Berlin either.
Shivasen saying, I like how Sahaj calls F pawn insurance. Nice.
Yes, insurance for you remember black is winning here, so or black was winning here, and now the F pawn is a bit ahead. So now it's just there to make sure white doesn't win. That's all. Position is still in black's favor. I'm telling you. It may not look like it, but just wait.
By the way, SL has won his game, so that's the first result there.
Oh, also Harshit lost, yeah.
Harshit lost. Oh, Harshit also lost. So not a good start to Harshit's tournament. Well, all 4 losses. He was very unfortunate. I think that kind of sets you off. Yeah, that kind of you on a tilt sometimes. So unfortunate there. Going back to this game, Bishop C8 played.
You see how it's like you have no words here because there's so many mistakes, many mistakes that white can make here.
I was reading the chat actually. I was saying,
there's no way. I mean, I've been looking at a move for like so long. Like, Rook h6 is not possible because you have f5. Bishop e3, okay, you can just go c5. On knight a6. I mean, black has so many. I mean, black can. Berlin is the only opening where on move 25 you can play a move like bishop c8 and still not be worse. That's all I'm saying.
True. Put the knight on a6, put the rook on a6, knight on a6, and we have a quite diamond, of black pieces.
Exactly. So now knight a6.
Yeah. Aditya has not played this tournament before. Yes, he's not played this tournament before. I think he's playing for the first time, but he is impressed. Yeah, so far done really well.
Yeah, 100%.
96. Now king will come back most likely.
Then f5 is there, no? f5. Then once you exchange it, then probably you're fine. King e4.
How's your progress towards GM? Yeah, going very fast, by the way. Cruising towards it right now. King e4.
If you play London, you'll be there in no time.
Yeah, but the thing is with London, it's very difficult to win sometimes with the white pieces.
Oh, please. I have a course I can recommend to you. It may be coming out in like the next month or so. Give or take like a week or two. I can recommend a very nice course to you, and even the person presenting the course will seem familiar to you. Yes, it might be a person you saw like today.
Now I'm curious. Yeah, who did I see today?
Yeah, it could be a person you saw today.
I'm very curious now. I'll definitely check it out.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, that's exactly why you play London. Not to be, I mean, it's awesome. I mean, you just continue. I mean, I'm telling you, within 6 months, just play only London. Over.
But what do I play with the black pieces though? That's still a mystery, right?
You should just try to avoid the London. That's the main thing.
So d4, d5, bishop f4. Like
no. Just don't even allow bishop f4. Play
so d4, e5, yeah.
d4, e5, yeah. Just don't even allow bishop f4. That's the problem.
Makes genuine sense.
In Abu Dhabi and in Dubai, I played 5 games of London, and I won all 5 of them. Like seriously, like this is I followed like my course the whole the whole sort of time, and it was so nice. It's like I wish I studied it when I was younger, but like I never gave it attention.
But, I totally agree. I'm
telling you, Sahil, you've got time. Just do it.
Done. Okay,
And
I'll
you know
quickly.
what the best part of playing London is?
Huh?
You don't get Berlin. You
Something,
don't get
something.
the
I think
Berlin. You will
something
never get the
Karthikeyan would
Berlin
really
ending.
appreciate right now. Yeah.
Exactly. I mean, I'm pretty sure Murli is thinking that why didn't I just play d4 here? Like, that's what he's thinking right now.
True. His king is out on e4. Instead, it could be his bishop or somewhere here. Now it's his king, yeah, right in the center of the board.
Yeah, I mean,
Getting checked from
I want
all
to get
angles.
f5 here somehow. Yeah, so maybe rook f8 also.
He plays it, yeah. He plays it.
But he plays rook f8. Yeah.
By the way, these are the only results we have so far. Adiman seems to be better against Setu, and all the other games are kind of right in the middle. But we'll keep an eye. I think this game is really important. I just want to see how does he liquidate here, and then we'll quickly shift to other games as well.
Oh, we can also go to Adiban's game. We have your favorite bishop there.
Oh, okay. Maybe then we will have a look. Adiban, well, a typical rivalry. Okay, so we again have opposite color bishops, but somehow this bishop, is being, the pawn itself kind of spoiled the party here, blocked by its own pawn. This bishop has none of its pawns on d4, e5. So that tells me white should be better. And
so Sahil, I've got a question for you. Okay, what do you think about a variant of chess where you can take your own pieces? Because here, black could use some of that right now here.
Yeah,
just
it could work.
bishop
It could work. I mean, at least when I'm losing, I could say, "Oh, I just want to take my own rook and give you the game." Like, at least I have excuses now. That makes sense.
Exactly.
True.
And also, stalemates would not exist.
Yeah, true.
Stalemates would just not. You will just say, "I can take my own piece." I mean,
true. But what do you play here as white though? Like, I'm not so sure, because it seems to be better for white. He plays rook f1, I think. But
yeah.
what's the end goal here? I'm not sure.
You want to protect the second rank first, and maybe get king h2, rook f2, something like that, and then you want to go h5, h6, like in the long run. Yeah, basically the bishop, your only advantage is that the bishop is superior. And yeah, so I think this is also a long-term advantage. So unless, I mean, there's no clear way that black can sort of get rid of this. But if black manages to exchange the rooks, the position becomes more equal. And if black manages to exchange both queen and the rooks, then the position is a draw. So you can't take the bishop out. You can only take away its it's like pieces that are supporting it, essentially. Although I don't think black is so much worse here anymore. I'm not sure about the move rook f1. I think the rook on d1 was probably a little superior. You could have gone like ideas like rook d6 because you're sort of not allowing this h6 idea. But here it's now you don't get the h5 h6 idea anymore, so it's difficult.
Regular code is saying Tickoo sa engine dikha do. You can see the bar on the right bottom. Yeah, it must be somewhere here. It's dancing up and down sometimes, so it is in a workout phase. You can see it right here, chat. You can see it here. You can see the bar. Okay, so I think this game is interesting, but it will take a while here for either player. I think this is just a position long-term play. I will quickly have a look if we have any results. Okay, none yet. Only Raja Harshit losing and SL winning. Yeah, so far. All the games, yeah, very, very. I think final round, everybody wants to win this game, I think, because it's like you carry on that momentum sometimes into the second day. So you actually want to finish on a high.
Someone said Puranik, did he sacrifice a queen?
Really? I will have a look.
I'm just checking. Oh no, that's a check. That's a check. So it's not a sacrifice.
Ah, okay, yes. It's a check on the bishop. Yeah.
Looks like an interesting position though. By the way, check out Murli's Karthikeyan's game. You can already see that black is starting to get a bit more comfortable here. You see, white has about 1 minute left on the clock. The advantage has completely disappeared.
True. You were correct. Yeah, you were correct. I
This
have to
is
say.
what happens in these positions. Like that's what I'm telling you. Just don't play Berlin. Just play London.
Mandal is saying we want Sahil to go on the next edition of yes. Next edition I will play confirmed. By the way, there's no next edition, so anyways, next is the final. So all chill. Okay, rook g2 played. So white does get a pass pawn, but the issue is it's not a walk in the park to push this. And yeah, I would still say maybe if I had to bet on anybody, I would say white, but definitely a better version.
It's going most likely it's going to be a draw, but I think I'm more leaning towards black here because I mean I think it's not about the game. I think game is seems to be equal, but I think it's more about the time. Aditya seems to have a lot more time at least right now, and I think every minute sort of counts here. Every
True.
second sort of counts here because you're not
True.
getting as much time on increment anyways. So you yeah every second counts here. So but I think there is not much chances to sort of win this for black side either. In all seriousness, like aside from
Yeah,
that.
yeah, 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 yeah. And I'm kind of curious because this result is really important to standings. I'm really curious what will happen here. It's
Yeah, I think they're both now getting into time. I think he's just considering whether he should take FG4 or not, or whether he should just keep the pawn. Because the thing is, if white goes G5, like let's say black just says pass or whatever, let's say white goes G5 and
say
black
black
can go
goes A6. I don't know. Okay, G5.
C5, I guess, is more logical. But yeah, G5 then like F4.
Huh.
This is probably what is assessing right now, and the other option is to take the pawn on G4. So he's probably assessing which. I mean, I think both are fine, but like one of them probably is trying to see maybe a chance to get a better position or something like that. Okay, he goes rook d8 check. Okay, interesting. I think he's gonna take on G4 in the next move, or he's gonna play rook e8 probably. The rook e8 is also another interesting line because you see after rook e8, you cannot go. Firstly, you're threatening knight f4. You cannot go okay, rook g8. That's strange. Rook g8. Okay, yeah, this is also fine. Yeah, because again g5 there is f4.
Yes.
You see,
I
it's the
think
same
what you
thing.
don't want is these two pawns connected, yeah, and especially with the protected pass pawn. So
Yeah,
that will make it
and
really
if you
difficult.
go like king f2 or something, then I think I have f4. I could be wrong. But yeah, if I play king f2, what is he gonna do? Because king f2 seems logical, no? f4, f4 doesn't make sense because you're gonna give
F4
up the f4
probably maybe
pawn.
just taking, yeah,
fg4,
on
yeah,
G4.
fg4.
Yeah, taking on G4, I guess. And
Yeah.
then the only question is, does white have some play? Not sure.
Yeah, but what's
Knight
clear is that he's
knight
not
C5 maybe.
liking fg4 positions for some reason.
Yep.
Okay, so white played rook g1.
Okay, defending the rook this way.
I think eventually you have to take on g4. I think because again this is not going to be better for black. I think we're going to get another crazy endgame now. Okay, he took. Nice.
Aditya looks stressed. Yeah, I think he's had such a great start. He definitely wants to just continue on that trend. And the position is interesting, of course.
No,
Bishop
when
comes to
you're 3
f5.
out of 3 and you're about to be, winning in from like move 5, it's
True.
it's natural to have stress.
Yeah, but this one, I don't think you get any further, right? This pawn cannot be pushed. I don't think
Yeah.
it will ever be pushed now. It should be a draw.
Yeah, knight e6 maybe or knight f5. Oh, sorry, knight f7, knight f5. Okay, you played knight e6. That's cool. Yeah, this must be a draw. This must be a draw.
But
So
that
I
would be
think,
a great finish, yeah? 10 points
yeah,
from day one. That would be a great finish. Knight e2, okay. But now it's time for c5. Yeah, I think it's time. I think black has activated all his pieces now. It's
yeah. I
just
think
time
c5 is long overdue.
to... Okay, no more results so far. Interesting. Oh, we have a draw between Surya and Aruna Ghosh. That's one more result. And Leon
Seems to be winning.
Yeah, Leon seems to be winning. Maybe we can switch to that game quickly.
Sure.
And see how it's progressing. Oh, okay, so 2 bishops against 2 knights. Yes, winning. And
Yes.
that's it. We go home. It's over.
And an extra pawn also.
Yes, I didn't even look at the pawn. I'm like 2 bishops and 2 knights winning. Let's go. Decided. Yeah, I think this is an extra pawn really counts here, and white can at some point just streamroll black. Yeah, with the pawns.
Yeah. This is definitely winning. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, at some point.
There is a rule, like sort of like an unspoken rule. If you have 2 bishops and your opponent doesn't have a bishop, then each bishop gets like half a point each. So like instead of 3 points for a bishop, you get 3.5 points for each bishop. So like there like activity increases quite a lot if your opponent doesn't have a bishop.
True.
So yeah, this is clearly winning.
Yeah, 2 bishops together control so many important squares, and it's like your knights are basically just treading on each other's toes. Yeah, so they kind of cannot get those good squares. Yeah, if black could get a good square for the knight, then awesome. But as of now, it seems to be in white's control, and also the extra pawn helps. Yeah.
Sahil, I have a surprise waiting for you. Just go back to Aditya's game.
Don't tell me black is better now.
Just go there.
Okay.
Go.
Okay.
Better. I've been claiming black is winning this whole time.
Okay, where did the pawn go now?
It seems to have disappeared.
How did this happen? Wait a second. So we saw till bishop 96, I think, c5, bishop g4. Okay, rook g1, knight g5, just like that. Yeah. Did he miss this tactic of check? I don't know what he missed.
No, it's white to play, no? Oh, you mean after rook g4?
No, I mean rook g4, then knight f3. So I'm not sure what he missed here. He allowed bishop g4 and suddenly it's gone. Yeah, the pawn is gone.
Yeah.
Okay. So black is Aditya, although this should still... Okay, I think we kind
it's
of...
a draw, yeah.
Trade off. Okay.
It's a draw,
okay,
yeah.
it's still a draw. Yeah, it's a draw. Knight on the same side, you can just put the pawns on dark squares, and yeah, I don't see how black can win this. But yeah, I mean, if anybody wins, it's black or it's a draw.
Yeah, this must be a draw, unless, the knight gets trapped somehow. But I don't think that's going to happen.
Looks trade off, yeah, I think, but still, yeah. No, it's awesome result, yeah, I would say. So for the fact that he is 24-85 and he's ranked first after day 1 ahead of like SL, Adiban, Sethu, like so many strong players. Karthikeyan, it's insane, like how well he's played.
Again, I think like a very, very smart choice by Aditya, I think, to play Berlin today. Very smart choice, I think. And I mean, now he's playing, for basically at no risk. Only he's playing. This is a nice position. This is a nice situation to be in. I mean, you're not unhappy with a draw, but like,
true.
Yeah,
true. He's so close to GM. Hopefully, becomes soon. Yeah, for sure. Why draw 1 pawn extra for black? Yeah, but the thing is, first of all, the pawns are on the same side of the board. When the pawns are on both sides, that means the bishop has an edge. When the pawns are on the same side, the knight has an edge usually. And also, these are double pawns, so that kind of limits the possibilities for black. And if white just sits, there's not much black can do. You will need some trapping of the knight, some crazy zugzwang maybe, which is almost impossible to achieve without white's serious help. So I think this would be a draw most likely. And the more the number of pawns you exchange, the closer it becomes to a draw. Bishop e4, just trying to play normal chess. Let me also check the other results if we have any. None yet, surprisingly. So maybe we should have a look at other games. Apparently, which game is interesting? Let's go to Adiban's game. This one will be a draw chat.
Wait.
What happened?
He played b3.
So he's fixing his pawns on light squares now.
Yeah, so that cannot be good, no?
Yeah, but the king is coming to e3 slowly, but maybe it's still a draw. He plays b4. Yeah, that b4 draws. No, I think b4 should draw. I think you'll have knight a4 idea, so your king can't run away.
I thought he was going a4 for some reason, and then I just thought, okay.
Yeah, a4 would be really bad. No, then it's like.
Yeah, then it's dangerous.
Yeah, now whenever you take let's say a takes. If you don't take, I take on c5, knight a4, and the king has to go back to defend this pawn. So this should be a draw. So yeah, but a great result for Aditya, by the way. Great result. He was the one pushing at the end. So great result there. And maybe we can also have a look at the AD game briefly, because, well, it's AD against C2. And opposite color bishops again. Wow. So a lot of
this is what I said. No, like if you manage to exchange the queen and the rook, then it's a draw.
Yes.
There's too many opposite colored bishop end games happening here.
Yes. So black will just play h5, the correct. Oh, he plays b5, but not enough. Now I think this should be a draw.
You're not going to get bishop e5, so
yeah, this will not happen on the wildcard dream.
e6 will just completely.
Yes. So a lot of draws. I think we already have. Pranav Anand has defeated Abhimanyu. That's another result right there. Maybe we can have a look at the final position. Quite interesting. The knight attacked, the king side opening up. This knight attacked. Everything is hanging. Not a great, beautiful final position. Abhimanyu is super tricky, by the way. One of the trickiest players I've ever seen. And he will surely come back tomorrow. And let's check out which game shall we look at. I think, is there any critical game going on?
Maybe I see Weber against
Weber. Yeah. So Nubair, I think, is the other guy who was on 0 points, right? If I'm not mistaken, along with Harshit.
Yes.
And he also seems to be, I'm presuming lost.
He also seems to be worse here, yeah?
Yeah. The rook is
Aditya Mittal has drawn, by the way.
Okay, Aditya has drawn. So Aditya goes to 10 points. SL and Pranav on 9 points now. So that is interesting. And by the way, I don't know, I saw this endgame by, I think, exact endgame by Vishy Anand against somebody. I forgot. Was it Ivanchuk? I don't know who it was. Like this pawn, this structure, and this pass pawn. And the black king
this is lost.
Yes.
It should be lost, because the king gets access to e4 and f3. And
yes. Yeah. So not a great day for Harshit and Nubair, unfortunately. Hopefully they'll come back tomorrow.
Yeah. So generally, the pawn on f2 is if the pawn on e3 is on f2, then it's much better. This is still a draw. That position is a draw, but it's okay. It's very hard to play that over the board. I've actually had that position with both sides before. When you have an extra pawn and when you're down a pawn, it's very difficult to actually draw that and to win that, of course. But there are some things you can do, and but with the pawn on e3, it's just exactly king e6, f6, king f5. And this is one of the techniques that I sort of understood while this came to me when I was playing a game, just to keep the pawn on b6. Generally our first instinct is to just push the pawn to b3 and then we'll think. But keep the pawn on b6 because that limits the checks that your opponents can. So and then you sort of bring the king closer and then you push the pawn.
Is the main problem that the rook is the second rank? That is a huge problem. But also these disconnected pawns. If the pawn was here, I think that it becomes much simpler relatively, because the king cannot come and sit on f3, for example. So now the king is just cut off. There's no move, no idea. You just wait. The king will now f6, king f5, and this should lose. Even king g4, and then you pick up all these pawns and it should lose. So there is no active plan, and he's very clever. I don't think he'll even push the pawn here. He could if he wants to, but just bring the king slowly.
Yeah, completely. So
he pushes,
to answer your question, it's part of the reason why white is lost is the king is a bit cut off, but that's also because of the pawn structure. Because the pawn structure doesn't allow the king to come forward. If I were to pick up the king and put it on f3, then white has probably more chances of equalizing the position. But because that's not possible, this is the reason. And I think you will also if the king was on f3, then I think it will be quite tricky to win this. I'm quite surprised he played b3. Okay. What is he planning now?
Rook f7, just rook c2 wins, no?
Yeah, rook c2, easy.
Yeah. At this point, this is just now the king.
Now he's going to play king d5. The king cannot just get active. That's the problem.
Yeah. So this is loss for Nubair, and Weber wins another game. Good comeback there. So which game is still going on? So we have Indian winning against Raja. We had a draw between Surya and Arunak. We have Leon is still playing against Bharat Subramaniam. Let's have a look at that game if we can. Leon against Bharat. Yes. Okay. So Interesting position there. The knight on h7 is.
You know, this was the same game with the double bishops, and you had an extra.
Yeah,
pawn.
exactly. Exactly.
What happened?
I don't know. We saw it till the queens are traded off. Yeah, this was the position. Rook d1 played. Okay, takes. Rook d8.
But rook d1 was unnecessary. What, g4? No, g4 is not nice.
I think he probably banked on bishop e3 or h4, one of these moves just getting rid. But now
But
black just
g4 is not
sacrificed
a threat, no? You play
Yeah,
g4,
yeah, yeah.
just makes your structure so much weaker. And if
True.
black plays g4, then it's okay. You can just take the pawn.
Yeah, you have this threat as well. So yeah, this activity of the rook, and the black pawns are running, yeah. So you don't have much time. So he just played it like this. Yeah.
He missed that knight g4, knight e4 idea, probably.
Yeah, and in fact, black should be better now. I'm not sure if he's winning. Rook a3,
black.
bishop b5. I don't know what do you play here exactly, but if anybody's better, it's black now. Pawn king is perfectly safe, so he plays g5 instead. Okay.
Okay, so
AD is also on 1 point. Yeah.
AD has drawn.
Okay, AD has drawn. He goes to. Yop is asked by no shields available. Yes. And AD has won, by the way, against Nuber. That's a victory. And as we discussed, the king finally got to the f3 square. Slowly but surely. And yeah, that was resigned. So now I'll chop up these pawns, which I think we have games. The only game going on is the Leon game now. That's the only game on. And for now, this is in first place, second between 3 players, SL, Webhuff, and Pranav. So Webhuff coming, joining, and Pranav as well, joining the leaders, and SL there as well on second place. Nice. And this game becomes crucial. Leon and Bharat. Okay, interesting. Leon's on 4 points. If he wins, he goes to 7 points now. And Nuber and Raja, unfortunately, on 0, and Adiban on 2, Puranek on 2, and Mitrab on 3. Not the best of tournaments, but it's only 1 day gone. Okay. How do you win this though? It's not a simple task. It's so limited pawns. I think it's not going to be easy at all. I can imagine some king rook against on a good day this sort of rook knight against that happening on a good day, but that's also an easy draw. Yeah.
I'm sorry, you were saying?
I'm saying I don't know. I don't see a clear plan for black to win this. He plays knight e4 check. King b4, I assume now. And how do you save this pawn? I think it's already gone. Yeah.
Yeah, the pawn is gone.
Maybe you go for this pawn now. That's your counter attack, maybe.
Yeah, but if the king makes it back in time, it's a dead draw.
Yeah. Yep.
Looks like it actually.
King b4.
Just rook g3, yeah.
Yep. Rook moves, and then rook g3 done. And now knight f2 is the problem. I think that's the main issue, and you can't allow this pawn to.
Knight takes h3, not rook h3, if you want to keep the sort of some play in the position.
True.
Because I think bishop versus knight might be draw.
Yes.
Although it must not be easy for Leon to have such a winning position, double bishops with an extra pawn, and now there's also a psychological factor here because switching, from that position, where you are the one winning, you are the one driving the game, and now you have to defend sort of an end game where it's virtually not possible for white to get any chance of winning. I think this is sort of a bad sort of place to be.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing is, you have, it's the 4th round, you're tired as well. So, a calculation mistakes can totally happen at any moment, and one mistake and it could be all over here. So, completely. And time is also 1 minute. So
time is also 1 minute.
Yeah, he takes the pawn. I think that was logical. Knight f2 played. Now I think rook h2 will be played most likely, I'm assuming, unless he wants to play something else. But maybe he plays rook f1 and bishop b3. Maybe he tries to go for that counterplay. Also possible. But then you'll always have knight f4 ideas.
So Sanket, AD has drawn. So AD is on 2 points now.
2 points. Not the best of days for AD, I think. By his standards, surely he must not be so happy as somebody who qualified last time. So But only one day over, chat. Only one day over. 3 more days to go. So I think anybody could win this still.
Completely.
He plays Rukesh too.
So now this is I feel this, even though I know the bar is like sort of not I mean the bar is saying that the position is holdable, but this is extremely hard to defend over the board, I think. Because I mean,
Yeah, true. I agree.
like there are so many, different variables here, and the king is so far away on b4. So I think it might be a bit difficult to hold this. What
But
are your
from
thoughts?
Black's perspective, how do you win this? Do you try to cut off the king? Because right now I don't see any.
I'm thinking knight g6, knight e5, and just to take the pawn on g4. I mean, if you allow it, obviously.
Yeah, that will be really nice if that can happen. But
Yeah, I
maybe
mean, of
king
course, it's
d4 after
wishful
knight
thinking.
d6.
Yeah. So now, I mean, I think rook d3 is probably smart, just to not give the king any access points
Hmm.
and keep the king cut off as much as possible. Even king g7, because the point is king g7 is also fine because you can't play king d4.
Yeah.
Big check.
True.
So what if I play knight g2 in this position, Sahil?
Knight g2. The idea being again this maybe your.
Yeah, and am I not just taking the pawn for free?
If king d4.
Knight e2, knight e3, sorry. This seems like something. Okay, he played knight e6 on the board.
Okay, let's go back.
That also seems decent.
Yes. And I don't think you want to tick because that should be lost most likely.
It'll go into some theoretical endgame. I think it's going to become Lucina or something.
And 4 seconds, by the way. 3 seconds now.
Ooh.
Oh, he played it on 2 seconds, by the way. Rook d3 check. King has to go to c6. That is not comfortable.
Oh, yeah, that is not nice.
I think now the king is cut off really well, and now I can just bring the king up. Rook d4, keeping an eye on this.
Rook e2, because rook g4, there is rook takes e6.
Oh, that's clever. But will he find it though? Not easy to find it. Yeah, not easy.
Yeah, of course, I mean, he has very little time.
Yeah,
so it's very
exactly.
difficult.
I think, this is the issue, right? So if you have less time, I think we saw it in a previous game with Vevav also. Like Vevav had an extra minute. He sat down, calculated, and figured out the idea of winning the game. Yeah. So this is really important. So you need that time at the end somehow. And this extra minute, only the extra minute that Bharat has really helps him at this moment.
I mean, the position is also just it seems so bad for white because you don't have a direct way of playing and probably just have to wait rook g3, rook g2, which is obviously not nice. Like or bishop c8, bishop d7, which is obviously not nice to do.
Yeah. He gives a check. Okay, king has to go to b7.
So he's cutting the king off even further.
He's pushing him as far. I haven't seen so much rejection in my life. Interesting.
Just king f6. No, now the king is ideally placed.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think Bharat will win this game. I don't see white coming back from this. This is just too far away. King b8. Oof.
Now even rook b4.
even if, I mean, I was already worried about this much rejection, but this is just too much now at this point. So not rook a4, rook b4 there, and you can't play this because knight d8 ideas. So okay, the knight is too hurried in a hurry to get there. Yeah, rook king a7.
And now just king e5, yeah?
Leon is playing lengthy games with less time. Exactly. Like I think there will be a few lengthy games in your tournament, but having that extra minute here, like sometimes helps because you can come up with a plan. Leon has no time to come up with a plan here. Like if he wanted to draw what is the best, if he had that 1 minute, he might have found that rook e2 idea in that moment. He had no time to calculate it. So that was the problem. Yeah.
I think Bharat is also maintaining that minute advantage, at least so far in the game, which is quite nice, which is quite important, I think, also in these sort of situations.
True. Of course, here every pawn matters. By the way, you lose one pawn, and then suddenly you can sacrifice the knight against rook is a draw. So you have to be careful here.
Yeah,
Although
yeah,
we
yeah,
saw,
yeah.
I think Wang Hao lose this against Anish, but that's super rare. Yeah, that's super rare.
Even who was that? I think Judith beat someone.
Yeah. Somebody. Yeah.
Judith
True.
beat
I think.
someone in this. It was a very nice. It was like the only position you can win, and she played like 10 moves correctly after that. It was quite impressive actually. So it is winning, but yeah, I don't think we're going to get there because White is not going to
Okay,
be
I'm
able
also
to.
I'm also like, maybe we don't even need to queen now. Let's just get this way.
Did he
Most
lose
likely
on
not.
time? 1 second. He played on 1 second.
Oh, he goes. Yeah, he goes for that plan. Wow. Rook A1 has to. Oh, just 93, 95 now. I think that should be
Yeah.
probably done. Unless I miss something, I think this should be winning.
I mean, like here also, you don't have to play moves like knight b3. Just play f6. Because now
True.
White will be like, okay, I
He
have to
plays
play.
it. He
This is
plays
this
it.
this is very smart, yeah. This is very smart in this because you're
Uh,
just fixing a pawn on a dark square, and now White has to come up with like an indirect move under
hmm.
time pressure, which is not easy to do.
Hmm. Bishop to D1. Okay.
Yeah, rook b7 is
Interesting
possible.
choice there. Interesting choice. Not the move I would have considered. Bishop D1.
Rook b1, I think he's worried about rook a4 check ideas.
Okay. Hmm. That makes sense.
So rook b7 check, king a8. What's happening here?
I don't think there's anything, unfortunately. Just not not in time.
Yeah. Okay, so the time looks like a bit, um, the time is becoming a bit, it's
Yeah.
it's evening out.
Okay. I think
Rook
let's
c1
go.
check, okay,
Yes,
king
king d6, king
d6.
d6. Yeah, now he's going for the right plan. I think now king or
Yeah, I
knight,
think
one
you
of
want,
the
no, no, he
two
wants to
come.
go knight e5, I think, and just
Yeah.
take on g4. Yeah, that's what you suggested also, no?
Rook c3.
Yeah, that
So
definitely
bishop
rook c3 is a
e3.
move he made like in a rush because of
But now
time.
king c7. Can I go
Oh, king
back?
c7, king
Can we go
c7.
king c7 back?
Yeah,
I think
yeah,
this
you
is winning,
can, you
no?
can.
Knight c6 and rook b8 mate.
Yeah, but the question is if he will find it. Can't I play knight c6 check straight also?
Knight c6.
King a6 and king c7?
Yeah,
Is that not good?
also looks tempting. Also looks tempting.
Ah, no, because then you have rook b3. Then you have rook b3.
Yes. True.
So if you play king c7 straight, there is no rook b3 because the g4 pawn is hanging. Oh, so he plays knight
No,
c6,
this is rook
king
a4
c7.
mate, no, after rook b3, I think.
No, there's king d5, no?
Okay. Yes. My
So
bad.
now you see, if he didn't play knight c6, then he could just take on g4.
Yeah.
I mean, of course, this is also winning, but it's just. I think just rook
Just
b3 is winning.
taking, yeah, and then quickly coming back should be winning, yeah.
Yeah.
But would he go for it? Maybe he'll just go something else. I don't know.
There is also rook a4 check, king b5, rook a5 check, king c4, and rook
Takes.
a1.
Yeah.
Because then knight a5 is threatened and you're losing an exchange. But okay, this is also winning.
Yeah, this should be winning.
Yeah, king c6,
Yes.
basics.
Shouldering the king for as long as possible. And you pick up g4 and white will not be in time to get f6. And of course, I'll take with the knight anyways. So that means if you want to get here, you have to take this.
Yeah.
So that means that the game is over and this should be a simple win now. We might even see resigns from Leon at this point. Bishop e6. Okay, now king d6 is a tempo. Then king c5.
Yeah, king d6 played. Yeah, now just probably just needs to play the knight c4, knight e3 maneuver. And then bring the king to e5, bring the king to f4, and just take the pawn on g4, and the game is over.
Also directly wins, no? I think.
Yeah, I guess I was trying to be fancy.
Just in time. I think here, and I just pick up in. And I think he'll try to bring the king in front, or he's going front. Okay, this is
Okay, this is lost, yeah?
Yeah. Okay, I think this will be the last game. I think it'll be fun to look at the standings after day one and see who is in lead. And I will also give you a glimpse of tomorrow's pairings, by the way, for round one. So tomorrow Aditya is playing. He's playing Pranav Anand. That will be interesting because Pranav is tied second right now, so that will be interesting. Then you have Raja against Abhimanyu, so that will be an important match of both players' confidence. Then you will have Nubair against Bharat. That will also be important. And SL, who is SL playing tomorrow? SL is playing Vaibhav. Oh, again, match between players on the second place. So you have Aditya against Pranav and SL against Vaibhav. Yeah, so somebody might gain the edge. Okay, this is resigns now. Yes, he has resigned, chat. He has resigned. So that's the final result. And all the games have finished for day one. I think it's time to look at the standings once and see where players are. And Aditya on top with 10 points. Like, that's an insane performance.
Insane. Completely. I think I mean I think his games have also been of, it's not like his opponent is blundering or something, they're very good quality. I think I think some fantastic chess by Aditya so far.
Yes, and of course SL right there in second place, Vaibhav playing really well as well, and you have Pranav there, another great performance, and then you have Bharat there, Karthikeyan, Surya, Arunay Ghosh, and all these players having good games. On the other half, we have Adiban struggling a little bit. Same for Abhimanyu, and Harshit and Nubair have not opened up their scorecard so far. Harshit being really unfortunate with a disconnect, and of course a blunder can happen, but the first round disconnect might have really tilted him off a little bit. Hopefully a fresh start tomorrow will definitely offer him better chances. So any final words for day one, Sahaj? And then I think it's going to be interesting to look for day two, yeah?
100%. No, I think it has been very, very interesting game so far. I mean, as we said, in any types of these events, anything is fair game. So I mean, even though players are at the top, I mean Aditya, I mean it doesn't guarantee that how the second day is gonna go. It's all about who has a good day and who sort of plays good chess. But like I'm very impressed with how Aditya has been playing so far, and I'm very happy for Vaibhav because us Delhi boys have to rep each other. So so I'm very happy to see Vaibhav on 9 points, and yeah, I think the second day is going to be super exciting.
Yep. And thank you for joining, chat. Thank you, Sahaj, for joining. And thanks again to Srinath for joining as well. Tomorrow will be an exciting day. It will be fun to see who basically takes the sole lead tomorrow. We have Aditya playing so well. It will be interesting to see how AD counters this, how Harshit handles this, and SL, of course, will try to gain his lead just like last time. So thank you for joining in, chat, and we'll see you tomorrow. Take care and keep smiling.